Exhibitors, the scales are now closed to your use. We will need them for the show, so the scales are now closed. We're now about ready to begin our 4-H and FFA Market Lamb Show. Our judge for this year's 2026 Kentucky State Fair Market Lamb Show is Matthew Cheney. Matthew's originally from Frederick County, Maryland, where he grew up showing sheep, goats, and swine from the county to the national levels with his two brothers, Mark and Luke. With his passion for livestock judging, Matthew attended Hutchinson Community College and South Dakota State University, and he was a member of those two highly competitive judging teams, where at the North American, his team was third overall, and he himself was named high individual in both the sheep and goat categories. That following year, Matthew had completed his master's in lamb meat quality from North Dakota State University. Over the last several years, Matthew has had the opportunity to judge in over 22 states, and he enjoys working with the best young people this industry continues to empower. Currently, Matthew and his fiancée, Olivia, reside in Jeffersonville, Ohio, where the two of them, alongside his family, run and operate Cheney Brothers Show Stock, running over 100 ewes. Let's welcome Matthew Cheney to your Kentucky State Fair. This time we're ready for that first class of all other breeds, that single entry in the all other breeds class. We do have a buyer here today for your market lambs, should you decide to sell them, or any of the goats that was here yesterday that didn't get put on the truck. The price for the market lambs is $2.40 a pound. He's located right out on the dock area to the south of the pavilion. That slanted slope dock is where he's located. So once you're done showing, if you didn't have first through third in your class, you can take him out there.
Well, good evening out here in Kentucky. It's good to be in the Bluegrass State, and honestly, it's looking forward to just a tremendous show there, top to bottom across the board. And I think it's just kind of a good softball kind of way to just kind of kick off this particular show in our AOB division. Young man brings us a nice horn Dorset weather, one that's probably a bit more kind of just immature in terms of his body cavity. A sheep there that I like in terms of his skeleton, the way he just kind of articulates himself when we ask him to go. I think the young man does a very nice job, but we'll see some pretty good ones across the board, but let's congratulate him with this champion AOB weather.
Placing on the all other breeds class, first place goes to 3, tag 6787, Bryce Schwartz, Flemingsburg, lamb weighing 105. Now showing class number 2, Dorpers, weighing between 85 and 102 pounds. In the makeup area, we need class 3, Dorpers, weighing 107 to 142 to the makeup area. Final call in the makeup area for class number 3, Dorper Market Lambs, weighing between 107 and 142. Final call.
Well, honestly, we go ahead and jump in the first class of these Dorpers, and amongst kind of our lightweight weathers and ewes, I thought we had a real nice pair of them here on the top end of this particular class. And honestly, I'd opened up the door to a little bit of discussion between the pair of them. I think if you wanted one with a little bit more punch, a little bit more just power and spread there to it, that's probably the young lady's ewe lamb for me. I thought just in terms of just combining the right kind of just aspects of skeletal integrity, some build quality, making these sheep as kind of as intrinsic looking as possible. I thought the young man sheep just naturally hit me that much harder. I thought watch that one go and how that one collects himself about his top line, the way he works out of his hip and his hock joint. That sheep just naturally kind of reached and grabbed an extra gear. I wish he was a little bit more massive in behind of his shoulder, and that's where this young lady's ewe lamb does have the advantage. This thing is big, shaped up high, and she's big and thick right there up over her loin edge as well. Unfortunately, she gets a little bit more vertical in the angle of her shoulder. That one's spine just kind of roaches and tightens up there too much for score, and because of that, that one just kind of is a rear leg away from winning the class. The young man sheep right here in third, and that guy's just kind of a beefy type of a critter. He's big rib, he's big, he's thick topped. That sheep just kind of runs out of gas. When we start to really kind of break him down from a freshness aspect, we need to see that sheep kind of collect himself better on the go. Gets too round on both sides of his skeleton. Young lady's got a well presented, well put together type of a ewe lamb here. I like that sheep in terms of that one's just kind of length out of its upper rump. I like that sheep. When we start to get your hands up on them, we just need to see her bigger right in behind of her shoulder. We need to see that ewe just come with a little bit more just kind of terminal value and spread. Young man's got a good one there that we're going to round out this particular set with. Very flexible, very comfortable, and I like those things about that particular one. We just need to see her more three-dimensional in terms of her shape. Good set of them across the board. Let's congratulate those 5 exhibitors.
Entering the ring next is class number 3, our second of 2 classes of Dorpers. These animals weigh between 107 and 142. Placing on class number 2, our first class of Dorper animals. First place to 12-4100 Rider Coffee, Harnard, Kentucky, with a lamb weighing 85. Second place to entry 18-5651 Adam A. Williams, Elizabethtown. First in Kentucky Proud, that lamb weighing 102. Third place to 9-2177 Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. That lamb second in Kentucky Proud, weighing 97 pounds. 4 to Natalie Wade, Paris. And 5 to Tristan Cloud, also of Paris. In the makeup ring at this time, we do need that first, second, and third place animals from the class number 2, as well as class number 4, our first class of Dorset lambs, weighing 103 to 120.
Well, you're in our kind of our heavyweight Dorper division. I tell you what, boogity, boogity, boogity. This was a pretty good booger right here on the top end of this class. That thing is as thick as one can be. He's burly in terms of his rib. That thing's got a big old caboose behind him as well. He's fresh. He props up, look like a show sheep. I think that's a high quality critter in his own right. Young man dominates this particular class. The sheep right here in second, I like a lot of things about her. I think whether you want to judge her in a market perspective or turn her loose there in a breeding pen, I think there's a lot of value in that particular sheep. She's opened up about her rib. She's beautiful in terms of her smoothness down her back. I like that sheep and the way she's put together. She just kind of runs out of a little bit of gas, a little bit more kind of toughness there at the surface compared to that of her class winner. Good sheep, though, in her own right. Young man's got a kind of a bigger featured sheep here that's a little bit bigger in terms of his foot size, his rear leg, his stature as well. We just need to see that sheep fresher when we pet him down his back. We need to see that sheep just open up with a little bit more touch and grip out the backside of his shoulder. I like the skeleton. I like the looseness of this particular weather here. I think he's dialed in and clipped there to a T, and young lady does a good job showing him. My biggest takeaway on him, studying him in terms of his chest, the moment he comes through the gate, he ain't as big right there up underneath of him, and because of that, we don't see his full rib or his back shape just necessarily as up and bold like that of the sheep directly ahead of him. Another kind of very similar to sheep there to what we just got done talking about. Loose made, flexible, well put together. We need to just see more muscle in that guy, freshen that guy up in terms of his touch. But a good group of them, real nice pair on the top end.
Wilson Barnes, you need to bring your third place animal from class 2 to the makeup area. Again, we need class number 4 as well, Dorset Market Lambs, weighing 103 to 120 at the makeup area too. Placing on class number 3, our second class of Dorper Market Lambs. First place goes to 16-3279, Maddox Trammell of Adolphus, lamb weighing 107. Second place, first in Kentucky Proud to 4-5642, Addie Mae Williams, Elizabethtown, that lamb weighing 110. Third place, second in Kentucky Proud to 15-6788, Bryce Schwartz, Flemingsburg, with a lamb weighing 142. Fourth place to Annabelle Geyer, Allensville. Fifth place to Enoch Geyer, Allensville. This time we're showing for our champion and reserve champion Dorper as well as third place animal.
Well, honestly, I'm not going to take too much longer on this particular division. I think it's relatively cutting dry here across the top. I think it gets close there for third overall here in this particular breed. Young man out of this last class has her champion. Young man up front's got a reserve. Like I said, I thought it was a little bit close here for third overall. I thought that you right there was better in terms of her shape, her touch, her muscularity. She gets a little bit softer. She's a little bit more moderate in terms of her frame. We'll come back and use a second out of class 1. She'll be our third.
Champion Dorper goes to our class 3 winner, 16-3279, Maddox Trammell, Adolphus, lamb weighing 107. Second, our reserve champion went to our class 2 winner, 12-4100, Ryder Coffee, Harnard, Kentucky, lamb weighing 85 pounds. Third overall to 18-5651, and that's our champion, Kentucky Proud, Addie Mae Williams, Elizabethtown, with a lamb weighing 102.
But here on the Kentucky Born and Proud side of things, obviously our third overall there that we just got done talking about ends up being our champion, Kentucky Born and our Proud Sheep. Young lady's a big heavyweight that was second in class to her champion, Dorper. She'll be reserved.
Reserve Kentucky Proud went to 4-5642 out of class number 3 of our market lambs for the Dorpers, Addie Mae Williams, Elizabethtown, that lamb weighing 110. Now coming into the ring is class number 4. Class 4 is our first class of Dorsets. These lambs weigh 103 to 120. 103 to 120. In the makeup area, we need class 5 Dorsets weighing 130 to 140 to the makeup ring. Final call for lambs in class number 5. Dorset's weighing 130 to 140. Final call to be in the makeup.
I think kind of an interesting dynamic across the top trio in this particular class setting. And honestly, I thought just in terms of when we get a leg in front of them and prop them up or just study them on the go, the young lady sheep up front just naturally kind of rises to the forefront that much easier. That's a tall shoulder sheep that's got a great kind of incline from the top side of his tailhead to the apex of his blade. He's fresh. He's good there to the touch. He probably ain't just maybe the best in terms of his texture and in relation maybe the sheep that sits directly behind of him. If we just kind of beef him up right up on top of his loin edge, I think that guy can win this thing in a smoke show. But I think a very good sheep in his own right. The young man sheep right here in second honestly kind of makes me scratch my head a little bit because I like that sheep coming in and watching that one just kind of loose because I thought everything fit within that one's skeleton. That thing is big shaped up high. That thing is groovy in terms of his back muscles. And I think he's got the right kind of just wedge shape there to him. Unfortunately, he's probably just being shown a little bit more challenging to where that sheep just doesn't 100% want to present himself. I think if we just kind of stouten that guy up, give him a little bit more size, a bunch of bigger sheep there across the side of him, I think that sheep makes that decision there that much easier. The young lady sheep right here in third, I like this one on the standstill. And I mean that 100% as truthfully as possible. That's a tall shouldered up and out type of a sheep there that's got a big ring presence from the outside looking in. The moment I start to spin directly behind of him, I think that sheep's bait, the length of his blade, the narrowness of his chest, never allowed that sheep just to mass up with the same kind of just muscularity down his back. We need to see that sheep a little bit deeper about his crotch, a little bit more shapelier there to the outside of his stifle joint, but a good sheep that's well shown, well presented, and well fed that the young lady brings us in third. This pair of sheep here in fourth and fifth, this one's just got more muscle on the top side of them. I like how that sheep opens up and the turn there to her upper rib. She just gets too vertical in terms of the angle of her shoulder, the way she wants to twist in out her knee. We need to loosen that when we ask her to go. This one's dead level about her top line, and she's got the right kind of just skeleton to continue to grow and mature. We need to drop her about her abdomen. We got to freshen her up in terms of her skin.
Coming into the ring is class number 5, our second class of Dorset market lambs. These lambs weigh between 130 and 140 pounds. Dorset exhibitors from class number 4, 1 through 3. You can bring your animals down to the makeup area. Class 4, 1st through 3rd to the makeup area. Placing on the class of market lambs for the Dorsets, weighing 103 to 120, class number 4. First place to 25.3897, Annabeth McCarty, Independence, 120-pound lamb. Second place to 26.7051, Bryce Schwartz, Flemingsburg, that lamb weighing 103. Third place to Carrie Wagner, Lexington, Kentucky. Fourth place to Ansley Terrell, Paris, Kentucky. And fifth, first in Kentucky proud to 29.530, Katrina Shea, Baghdad, that lamb weighing 118. In the makeup area, we need that first through third from class number 4, class 4, first through third, and probably also the 5th place animal, which was first in Kentucky Proud. Also in the makeup area, we'll take class 6 Hampshires, first class weighing 90 to 115. In the makeup area, we should have Annabeth McCarty. We should also have Bryce Schwartz and Carrie Wagner with your first through third from class 4, and also Katrina Shea, your first Kentucky Proud from class 4.
Yeah, I think this is a class here where it's kind of pivotal for those that are kind of watching their ringside in terms of kind of the direction. I want you guys to follow me throughout the, I guess, continuity of today. I think when these sheep come in, that not only do these sheep hit you hard in terms of maybe the positives and those kind of very advantageous pieces that each of them kind of represent out here, but the moment we take these sheep on the go and watch them loose, I think the way their shoulders are constructed, the way their top of their blade sits into them, I think there's a big telltale difference. I'm a guy that likes expensive things and wild-looking cars, trucks, sheep, you name it. And I think there's one out here that just naturally hits me that much harder. She's way more my speed. I think the study her in terms of the length of her blade, I think allows that sheep's front end just to naturally read that much more youthful, that much fresher there at the base of her sternum in relation to the sheep directly behind her. I think she sits higher on the top side of her blade, and because of that, that sheep gives you that much more of a kind of a wilder type of a look. I'll be the first one to get critical on her and tell you that she ain't perfect because she needs to be fresher on the top side of her. She gets a little bit more dehydrated right there up over her loin edge, but that one's got a kind of the cool parts and pieces from the side, and she reinforces it with plenty of muscle there on the top side of her. This one right here is 100% dialed into a T, and the young man's done a darn good job there on the feed bucket and sheen here on this particular weather. That guy's got a barrel-like rib. He's big and fresh and flat there up over his back line. I like that sheep from a progression aspect as well. My biggest takeaway on him, he gets a little bit more mature in the way he's put together. He's plainer right there in the touch there at the base of his body wall. And then when that sheep, we get off the front of him and watch him go, he opens up at the base of his sternum. He thickens up on the top side of his neck. I take those things and I say those things and break them down between two good sheep as deeply as I can, because I want you guys outside looking in to have the same kind of just perspective and understanding of how to follow me the rest of the evening. The young lady's got a nice ewe lamb here that I like in terms of her lines. I think a sheep there that just doesn't read with the same kind of just manliness there to her like the two directly ahead of her. We got to harden that one up in terms of her shape and texture. We got a softer rib, bigger bodied sheep here. We just need to see this one better out of his hip and his rear leg to kind of muster up another spot. We got a nice long bodied extended one with a lot of just kind of a length just working through that one's skeleton. We got to drop this sheep in terms of its abdomen, allow that sheep just to balance. And I think if we fix its skeleton first off, we could probably get there. Good group of them. Like I said, real nice pair there on the top end.
Placing on class number 5, Dorset Market Lambs weighing between 130 and 140. First to 23.4275, Lane Hack, Wilmore, lamb weighing 133. Second to 21.2947, Colin Combs, Taylorsville, that lamb weighing 135. Third to Lily Terrell, Paris. Fourth, First in Kentucky Proud to 27.528, Christina Shea, Baghdad, lamb weighing 139. Fifth, Second in Kentucky Proud to 28.529, Katrina Shea, Baghdad, lamb weighing 130.
We go ahead and drop back in each of those kind of two classes there we have. We got our first lot stacked up to our thirds as well. I'm not going to break down every single division across the board there for you, but I'll tell you when it's close, and I think it gets close here in one particular instance. I think our champion is non-negotiable. I think between a pair of them, that's kind of where the biggest difference for me kind of boils down between. Is there one that's just genuinely just stout enough up underneath of it? Is he just wide enough coming and going? Is there one that's probably a little bit more mature there at times, but he's got the right kind of just horsepower to him? I think there is a kind of a solid answer there with it. Young man's got our non-negotiable division winner. Young man that was second to him, you'll be reserve, you'll be third.
Champion Dorset goes to 23.4275 out of class number 5. Lane Hack, Wilmore, Kentucky, lamb weighing 133. Reserve champion was second to that animal in class number 5, 21.2947, Colin Combs, Taylorsville, Kentucky, lamb weighing 135. And third overall was our class winner from the class 4, Annabeth McCarty, Independence, lamb weighing 120.
But we still get to pick a champion reserve here on the Kentucky Born and Pride side of things. And honestly, of the trio we got, it gets a little bit close there between kind of a pair of them. I thought no doubt about it, just in terms of body shape and just having the right kind of just spread feature and substance there to him. The young lady right in front of you's got our champion. I thought between reserve, it got that much closer between the pair of them. This one's a little bit kind of harder shaped and a little bit trimmer there to the touch. I thought that one had a little bit more just size and stature there to him. We'll use the young lady, so that was second to her. She'll be reserved.
Champion Kentucky Proud for the Dorsets went to 27.528 out of class 5, Christina Shea, Baghdad. The reserve champion was second in Kentucky Proud from class 5, 28.529, also Katrina Shea, Baghdad. We are needing in this first Hampshire class 95.7113, Juliana Parrish. Your class is getting ready to enter the ring. Class 6, first class of Hampshires coming into the ring now. In the makeup area, we need lambs in class 7, our second class of Hampshire market lambs, those weighing 122 to 131 to the makeup area. Class 7 Hampshire Market Lambs to the makeup area. That's the second class of Hampshire Market Lambs. Final call for lambs in class number 7, our second class of Hampshire Market Lambs, weighing 122 to 131 to be in the makeup area. Final call. We're still missing 2, Morgan Lawson and Briley Benham.
What kind of a nice representation of what we can probably expect to see amongst our Hampshire breed out here. And honestly, a good group of them all the way down the line. Told these here to my left. A few things we could just wish we to see a little bit more there in each of their sheep. We could stouten that one up. We could make that one just a little bit fleshier, a little bit softer rib. Young man's doing an absolute killer job there showing his particular ewe lamb. She just needed to be a little bit more muscular on the top side of her. Young man's sheep right here that's going to win this class. I thought that ewe just kind of trumped her contemporaries in terms of her chest width, her shape there up high. She's big and creasy down her back, and she's got a big old kind of hip and pin bone there working for her as well. We could smoothen that ewe up there in terms of her top line. We could just make that heel of her loin and the way she wants to kind of pit down there to the edge just a little bit smoother from a transition perspective, but I think a very nice kind of easy sheep to kind of latch on. The young lady sheep right here in second, trust me, I 100% want to like that one. That thing is nice smooth back and fresh skin, and she's got the right kind of just pieces there to her. She's butterscotch colored. Unfortunately, I think when this sheep is in motion or when she's stopped, that ewe just looks like she runs a little bit more downhill. Her flank line and abdomen need to just kind of drop down into her. We need to see that ewe just use her rear leg just a tick looser. I really like parts and pieces of this sheep here in third. That one's a nice line, nice feminine, pretty type of a sheep. We just need to see that ewe more three-dimensional in terms of what she brings to the table. She gets a little bit kind of frailer in terms of her arm. We need to see her just a little stouter there up over her back line as well. We got just a big muscled, shapely one that the young lady has. This one from a skeleton perspective just changes the most for me whether she's loose or in motion. She gets too straight there in terms of the angle of her shoulder. She hooks her rear leg. We got to shorten her up in terms of her femur bone just to give that ewe a little bit more of an aesthetic set there to her hind leg. The young lady's got a nice long-bodied extended sheep here that's soft and functional in terms of her basic build. We need to see her fresher in terms of her touch. We need to see that ewe just wedge that much better there from the top of her blade back out to her hip. Good group of them. Nice pair there on the top end.
Entering the ring now is class number 7, our second class of Hampshire market lambs. These lambs weigh between 122 and 131. In the makeup area, we need lambs in class number 8. Class 8, Hampshire market lambs weighing 134 to 140. Placing on the first class of Hampshire market lambs, these lambs weighing 90 to 115. First place to 92, 5690. Carson Minear, Frenchburg, lamb weighing 115. Second to 78, 4272. Sadie Gravitt, Frankfurt, that lamb weighing 108. Third, first in Kentucky Proud, to 119, 4257. Reagan Triplett, Frankfurt, lamb weighing 104. Fourth place, second in Kentucky Proud, to 116, 6100. Ansley Terrell, Paris, that lamb weighing 115. Fifth place to Cheyenne Royce, Flemingsburg. Sixth place to Alex Doherty, Morgantown. Seventh place, Alex Doherty. And eighth place to Elena Scott, Philpott. Second call in the makeup ring for Class 8 Hampshires weighing 134 to 140. Second call to be in the makeup ring. Final call for lambs in class number 8. Hampshire lambs weighing 134 to 140. Final call for those to be in the makeup ring.
Honestly took probably a little bit more time here on class 2 of these amps probably than when I first initially wanted. But I thought we had 2 good sheep here on the top end of things and nothing to take away from those down the line 3rd through 5th. I thought really it boiled down between both of these. And I thought if we were to just lean this guy up just a tick, I think this guy doesn't even make it close in this particular set. I think because he's got a little bit more kind of cover there to him, he gets a little softer and plainer at the base of his rib cavity. And then I think if we just made him a little bit edgier or just a bit more rigid there over his back, I think that sheep's lines and silhouette become that much more striking. But in terms of looseness, how he works there out of his front skeleton, his athleticism out of his front shoulder and knee, that sheep just naturally kind of took the cake a little bit easier than the young lady sheep here in second. The sheep here in second, that one's opened up. That one's got a great shape there up over that one's back line. I like the shape, the texture, and turn to that one's rump as well. Unfortunately for me, this sheep gets a little bit kind of heavier on that one's front skeleton in terms of where its neck set sits. We got to pick its neck, sit it a little higher on the top of its blade. We got to loosen that guy up just out of his hock joint when we ask him to go. The young lady does an absolute tremendous job. She does a good job there showing, does a good job there. We're just working with her weather. There's a sheep right here in third, and that guy is kind of a lean green, kind of mean machine out here. He is hard. He's edgy. That sheep's got plenty of shape there on the top side of him. He gets a little flatter in terms of his leg shape compared to the two we just got done talking about. My biggest takeaway on him, I think study him in terms of the heart of his rib. That guy's too flat right there in terms of his forerib. We need to see him just kind of a little bit more grizzly-like up over his back and his body wall, just in order to make that kind of decision that much harder. Young lady does a good job letting that guy settle in and really show himself. I think there's a lot of kind of interesting parts and pieces in this sheep here in fourth. This one in terms of her body shape, the turn to her upper rib. This thing is extremely good in terms of her wedge shape from her shoulder blade back there to her hip. And I think surprisingly, you get up on top of her and that you came with as much punch as anything. My biggest takeaway for her, if you guys watched me during the Dorsets, you saw I'm a big stickler in terms of feet and legs. This one gets a little bit more rocked forward in terms of her blade. That one out of her hip and her tail head, she wants to drop in her pin and just kind of get a little bit more goofy in the way she goes. I think the young lady's doing a darn good job here just getting into the chest of this particular ewe lamb. This thing's a little bit more moderate in terms of her back length, and because of that, she's got the right kind of roll to her body wall. Unfortunately, unfortunately, that sheep for me, she gets a little bit more mature and thicker in the shape of her neck. The transition from the top side of her blade back up over her rib gets a little bit plainer on the top end. We just need to see that ewe just a little bit more athletic in order to make it play up a little bit more. I talked to these individuals on a few things we could do. We got some nice sheep here that are really close, big snout, muscular kind of guy. That sheep just needs to be a little bit smoother in the way he's put together, and his rear leg needs more stability. I like this sheep here, needs to be better in terms of his touch. As we work down the line, we could just power these guys up just a tick, but a good group of them. Let's congratulate these exhibitors out of Class 2.
Placing on class number 7, our second class of Hampshire Market Lambs. First place to 59.2245, Addison Cowan, Mayslick, lamb weighing 128. Second place to, and first in Kentucky Proud, to 85.6516, Morgan Lawson, Nicholasville, that lamb weighing 126. Third to 96.5217, Cassidy Perkins, Maysville, the lamb weighing 124. Fourth, second Kentucky Proud to 123.6385, Grayson Zinner, Lawrenceburg, that lamb weighing 124. Fifth to Sophie Franklin, Waddy, Kentucky. Sixth place to Lily Terrell, Paris. Seventh place, Riley Berry, Flemingsburg. Eighth place, Briley Benham, Cecilia. Ninth to Alexa Beecraft, Morning View. 10 to Lorelei Lizotte, Lexington. And 11 to Elena Scott, Philpott. In the ring now, we have class number 8. Class 8, these are 134 to 140 pound Hampshire lambs. In the makeup area, first call for Hampshires weighing 141 to 147. That's class 9. Second call for lambs in class number 8. Class 8. Hampshire Market lambs weighing between 134 and 140 to the makeup ring. Final call for lambs in Class 9. Class 9, final call. Those are Hampshires weighing between 141 and 147 to the makeup ring. Final call.
And this is just one of them classes that you sit back and you just gotta just kind of smile at, because you got good sheep, and it's not only maybe the first or two sheep that come through the gate, but it's all the way through, just packed full of quality there, top to bottom. And I think there's a lot of good ones across the board, and we got some there in 6th or even 7th and 8th spot here that probably could have been towards the top end if they got a kind of more favorable weight break. I'm here to tell you that I thought the sheep here that wins this class, I thought was so good in the way he's put together up front. That is a good bodied sheep there. That's beautiful in terms of his rib. He's perfect in terms of his touch. I thought in terms of the way his base of his shoulder or the top side of his scapula, everything blends. I thought fit together that much fresher, that much neater, probably than the sheep directly behind of him. I will be the first one to tell you, if you stand directly behind the pair of these, and if you just wanted to go back in and muscle sort, which is what we're not going to do today, this sheep right here probably could get a little bit bigger there out of his pin bone, a little bit more kind of waspier in terms of the flare to his cheek. But man, that is a good critter top to bottom. The young man sheep right here in 2nd, his back is absolutely like granite when you put your hands down him. He's got a chest a country mile wide. He's got a massive big forearm and a massive front paw there up underneath of him. And Clydesdale-like feature that probably could make Dolly smile from heaven right now. But unfortunately, I think when you start to break him down up front, that sheep gets a little bit thicker in terms of the shape of his neck. He ain't as smooth or as neat and on the top, the way his neck attaches on the top side of his blade. And when that sheep's in motion, I thought he got a little bit slower in terms of his step. I know that's a lot to talk about, but that's what makes things that much closer between a good pair of them. Young lady's absolutely showing the wheels off of this guy. And for a guy that's a big sucker for white feature, this thing is Cinderella white, beautiful in terms of its skeleton, awesome in terms of where that one picks his feet up and puts them down. Unfortunately, we spin behind this guy, and it's just got me second guessing, saying, is there just enough muscle in this particular critter? I think we tried to get him just stout enough, but unfortunately in doing so, we got a little bit more bark, a little bit more cover out there on him. We need to just horse that guy up over his loin edge and stouten him out of his hip. Young lady's doing an absolute darn good job there showing that booger of hers. The sheep right here in 4th, I think there's a lot of good things about this particular guy. He runs uphill. He's fresh there to the touch. He's got a great kind of opened up turn there to his rib as well. I thought of the top 3 of them, that sheep was the longest about the angle of his blade. He twists in there in terms of his front knee. I thought when we start to kind of study his blade length in correlation to his body cavity, he got a little bit longer and plainer there at the base of his body. And I thought too, we just need to see that guy come with a little bit more of a kind of a cheekier shape there when you start to break him down from behind. We got a stout, rigid, big muscled sheep right here coming out next. This sheep just gets too vertical in terms of his skeleton, and young lady's done a good job just relaxing and getting into this particular sheep, because if he overdrives, we probably start to see him straighten up in terms of his angles. But a good group of them, awesome top 5 there nonetheless. I will talk 6 through 8 here because I think they absolutely deserve that. I like the muscle and just power in that particular sheep, a very good terminal sheep, not necessarily as shiny or classy in terms of his bells or whistles like the few ahead of him. Young man's got a really nice ewe lamb. Unfortunately, from a maturity perspective, she's probably looking a little bit more like a breeding female rather than a market lamb right now. We just need to see that ewe a little fresher there up front. I like the shape. I like the touch. I like the rib quality in this particular one. That one's rear leg just is the most concerning for me. We need to trim these two up. We got to put more muscle and cover there on the guy that rounds us out. Good group of them. Let's put our hands together there for these kiddos here out of Class 3.
Placing on class number 8, our third class of Hampshire Market Lambs. These animals weighing 134 to 140. First place to 49,4890. Caston Caldwell Butler, lamb weighing 137. Second place to 118, 3277. Maddox Trammell Adolphus, lamb weighing 137. Third, first in Kentucky Proud to 915384. Emma Mulligan, Maysville. That lamb weighing 135. Fourth place, second in Kentucky Proud to 555097. Reagan Coffee, Harnard. Lamb weighing 138. Fifth place to Josie Phillips, Maysville. Sixth place to Kinley French, Sharpsburg. Seventh place to Bowman Wilson, Nicholasville. Eighth place, Grayson Zinner, Lawrenceburg. Ninth place, Trent Zinner, Frankfurt. 10th place to Keela Royhos, Lexington. And 11 to Anna Green, Lexington. In the makeup ring at this time, we need animals in class number 10. Class 10, Hampshire Market Lambs weighing 150 to 161. 150 to 161 to the makeup ring now, please. Again, we need lambs in class number 10. Hampshire Market Lambs weighing 150 to 161 to the makeup ring. final call for lambs in class number 10, Hampshire Market lambs weighing between 150 and 161 to be in the makeup area.
You know what? I really like this class, and I mean that wholeheartedly. And obviously, across the board, I think some of you guys kind of came in maybe all the way down here to 8th and said, hey, if I got kind of a good break in my group and we got some maybe a little bit of a smaller class, I could maybe scratch the top 5. And I think 100% you were in the right thinking that because we got to just stuck in a group of them. They're top to bottom, or just as deep from first all the way to the last from as what we've had. I thought the young man sheep up front and even the young lady sheep here in second, 100%. If we could put kind of the pair together and where they're each really good at, we'd have ourselves probably a sheep we'd be really, really pumped to see up there in Freedom Hall. Because if we had this one just forerib, back, and body and put on this guy, man, we'd have her an absolute buzzsaw there to kind of lead off with. I love how this one's put together there up front. I thought in terms of his lines, the way that sheep just still opened up with enough width and spread there to him, I thought that sheep 100% had those right things. I thought he worked better there out of his upper hip. I thought in relation between the pair of them, he probably ain't just as beefed up right there over his loin edge, but that sheep maintained his width better. I thought he handled his hip and rear leg better when we asked him to go. Like I said, to get critical, we got to open up his heart and his forerib. We got to put more muscle right in behind that one's shoulder. The young lady sheep right here in second, I like a lot of things about this particular guy. He's tall-shouldered. He runs uphill. He's got an absolute beautiful body shape there to him, and because of that, and the way he opens up and makes his forerib, the way it's sculpted, that much more cylindrical and ocular. Unfortunately, you get this kind of rear view on him, and because of his body shape being so big, it looks like he narrows up there to his tailhead. And that sheep doesn't probably read with a 100% the same kind of instinct as stout as his contemporaries. But that sheep's got more than enough muscle. When we ask that one to go, that one's rear leg gets a little bit straighter, a little shorter and choppier in terms of his step. The young lady sheep right here in third, I think that one's kind of a very interesting sheep here to read. I love how this sheep is put together there up front, where his shoulder, his neck, and blade sit on him, the bend there and curve there to his front knee as well. His chest sits up, and he's got a big old swoopy kind of belly line there to him, which makes that sheep look that much neater there up front. Unfortunately, you get up on top of him, and the way this guy pets, he's softer right in the way he wants to deviate behind of his shoulder. That one over the heel of his loin and his muscle tie in his back just ain't smooth enough. Young lady's doing her hardest there trying to get him to show him, but that's a sporty, athletic type of a white critter. The sheep right here in fourth, I love this one's body shape, her turn, the shape there up over her top line. That sheep for me gets a little bit tighter in the way she's put together about a base of her shoulder and her front knee. We got to lengthen that ewe out in terms of her femur bone and allow that sheep just to stride that much easier when we ask her to go. We got a lot of muscles. We got a lot of terminal value in this particular booger. I think just from a height to length or height times width, that sheep's got a lot of muscle. Unfortunately, I think the way this sheep kind of begins to put it together, it's in a little bit of a more moderate, coarser type of a package. We got to beef him up and pick him up at the top of his blade, smooth him up there over his back line. But there's a lot of power and product working with that particular guy. We got a nice sheep here that's just not smooth enough, doesn't use his rear leg good enough. And I think that because of his back line, that sheep just comes together a little bit more piecey in the way he's put together. I like this one propped up on the standstill. The moment he moves is where he kind of finds his way there. Young lady's got a really nice, well put together sheep. Just need to be more muscular in his own right. This sheep gets a little bit plainer, a little bit staler there up high, a little bit flatter in the turn and curvature there to his upper rib. We just need to put a little bit more terminal value in each of these all the way down the line. Maybe chub them up there a tick as well. Good group of them. Nice kind of interesting set there on the top end.
Placing on class number 9, Hampshire Market lambs weighing between 141 and 147. First place, to 64, 1833, Clark Coyle, Danville, Lamb Wing 143. Second place, first in Kentucky Proud, to 77, 4871 or 4851, Izzy Godman, Brooksville, that Lamb Wing 144. Third place to 90, 4378, Madison Metzger, Rockfield, that Lamb Wing 146. Fourth place and second Kentucky Proud to 80, 4277, Lane Hack, Wilmore, that Lamb Wing 143. Fifth, Levi Wolf, DeMossville. Sixth place, Carson Dalton, Scottsville. Seventh place, Lucas Campbell, Wallingford. Eighth place, Ainsley Mason, Lancaster. Ninth place, Addison Simpson, Crittenden. 10th place, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana. 11, Bryce Schwartz, Flemingsburg. 12th place, Charlie Berry, Flemingsburg. 13 to Charles C. Parker, Pleasureville, and 14 to Nellie Parker, Pleasureville. Do want to remind you that we do have a buyer for your lambs if you're interested in selling them. He's located out on the dock area in the slant, paying $2.40 a pound for your lambs today. In the ring, we have class number 10, class 10, Hampshire Market Lambs weighing between 150 and 161. In the makeup area, we need class 11, our final class of Hampshires. Those animals weigh 167 to 177. To the makeup ring, please. Second call for class 11 to be in the makeup ring at this time. Class 11, that's the final class of Hampshire Market Lambs, weighing 167 to 177. Final call to be in the makeup ring.
I'll be honest with you. I think there's a pair of them here that make you just kind of scratch your head a little bit harder. But if you followed me this far, I think it's probably you already knew the direction I was going to go in that decision. I think without a doubt, the one that's non-negotiable and just needs to start is the young man's up front. Sheep runs uphill. He's good in terms of his lines. He's fresh. He's hydrated in terms of the heel of his back. That sheep comes off a little harsher about his lower line balance. And I think that sheep's got a lot of give there too, and we just need to give him a big gulp of water and drop him about his abdomen. And I think that sheep can win this class and probably push those of the ones we just got done talking about in a couple classes earlier that much harder. We'll see how things start to shake out here in a little bit. For me, kind of the decision boiled between second and third. I think both these sheep have muscle, both these sheep have product, and I think no doubt about it, that's where kind of the decision begins to kind of run its course. For me, the moment we ask these sheep to go and the way we kind of watch how their front ends kind of come together, the way these sheep still work there out of their hip, this one's that much kind of fresher, more youthful in the way he's put together up front. I don't read that sheep just as coarser at the base of his blade in motion, or as just kind of weird about his hide and skin as a sheep there in third. We got to pick him up over his back line, smooth him up high, and I'd give that sheep just a little bit more kind of just up and out there to him. But the young man does a good job showing. This one is put together, and he's well fed, and he's dialed in today. Unfortunately, you probably just didn't get blessed with maybe the perfect evaluator, because if you came in and wanted to tell me that is the wildest in terms of his body shape, biggest stop, thickest ended one, I 100% would believe you, and I wouldn't even argue. Unfortunately, when that sheep's in motion, he comes in, he looks a bit more like a fallborn in terms of his maturity. He's a little bit kind of coarser headed. He opens up at the base of his shoulder. We start to see how that sheep wrinkles up there at the base of his top side of his neck. That sheep just doesn't have the same kind of up and out, youthful, big ring type of a presence to him and that I've been chasing. The young lady sheep here in fourth, honestly, he looks like he falls on the early portion of this weight break in this particular group, because if he came in the last class, I think that's a very good critter in his own right. He's good skin. He's got a great touch there to him. His body shape opens up. He just kind of begins to get a little bit plainer at the base of his rib. That sheep gets a little bit more hook-like in terms of his rear leg. When we send that one away, we need to make the shoulder hip weather that much more coordinated off his rear too. The young lady's got a well put together, well fed one. Unfortunately, of the top five, that one's the plainest there in terms of his front end. He's the plainest in terms of the base of his rib, and we just need to see that guy come with more shape there from behind. But the young lady does a darn good job there showing him. This one gets a little bit more goofy in terms of its rear leg and it's how it's put together. Young man's done his homework there in terms of skin, hair, and hide health on that particular one. That one just needs to be more muscular. We got a nice kind of a big-bodied, soft-made sheep that just gets a little bit plainer in the way he's put together. We need to freshen these guys up here on the bottom end of this particular set. But these young kids have been working hard the entire time. Let's give it up for them if you don't mind.
Coming into the ring next is Class 11, our final class of Hampshire Market Lambs. These lambs weigh between 167 and 177. In the makeup area at this time, we need to have first, second, and third place animals from classes 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 to be there to show for our first or champion, reserve champion, and third overall. Also, if you had first or second in the Kentucky Proud program, we also need those animals ringside and ready at the makeup area. Placing on class number 10 of our Hampshire Market Lambs, first place to 63-1832, Clark Coyle, Danville, lamb weighing 154. Second place, 58-2949, Colin Combs, Taylorsville, with a lamb weighing 152. Third, first in Kentucky Proud, 88-4751, Abigail Mattingly, Murray, lamb weighing 151. Fourth place to Olivia Simpson, Crittenden. Fifth place to Macy Hazelrig, Ewing, Sixth place, second in Kentucky Proud to 65.6839. Blake Daly, Paris, lamb weighing 150. Seventh place to 37.10, Riley Berry, Flemingsburg. Eighth place to Henley Stevens, Pleasureville. Ninth place to Charlie Berry, Flemingsburg. 10th place to Cheyenne Royce, Flemingsburg. And 11th place to Cheyenne Royce, Flemingsburg.
We'll go ahead and drop back in the very final class here on the Hampshire division, and we got a good way to kind of wrap things up with a bunch of kind of these bigger boys we got working with us. This one's just the freshest. He's just the best in kind of each and every area you begin to look at him. I like that guy's touch. I thought he paired it with the right kind of just cover and touch there over his body wall. Young lady sheep right here in second. He probably just ain't as crisp or rigid there on the top side of him. He's a little smoother backed. He's got a better kind of drop there to the base of his hind gut. That sheep for me just got a little bit kind of more awkward in the way he was put together when we asked him to go. I thought we could just pick him up, give him a little bit more muscle there out of his hip as well. The young lady's kind of got a larger, bigger scaled sheep here. That just in terms of his size, the way he packs on some weight, just really hasn't just dropped in terms of his body line. That sheep probably comes off a little bit harder in terms of his feeding window. We just need to see him a little bit softer and smoother. Young lady's doing a good job here showing the kind of the last place weather in our last class of these hamps. And honestly, this guy's built a little bit like me. He's a bit more moderate. He's got a big old belly and probably could utilize a little bit more exercise, but the young lady's doing a good job holding her own there with that particular guy. Let's give it up for these four of them if you don't mind. We'll get ready to pick a top three in the hamps.
Placing on the Class 11 Hampshire Market Lambs weighing 167 to 177. First place goes to 84.6376. Kinsley Jenkin, Sturgis, Kentucky, lamb weighing 177. Second place, first in Kentucky Proud to 41.2795. Macy Beecraft, Morning View, that lamb weighing 170. Third place, second in Kentucky to 120.2292. Jalen White, Litchfield, that lamb weighing 167. And fourth place to Cheyenne Royce, Flemingsburg. Jennifer M. Franklin. Jennifer M. Franklin. You have lost a credit card, and we have it here at the desk. While we're getting those first through third animals lined up from the previous classes of Hampshires, we also need in the makeup ring Class 12 natural colored market lambs weighing between 90 and 116 pounds. Class 12 to the makeup ring, please.
I'll tell you what, just a tremendous Hampshire drive across the board. And I think these moments when you start to kind of begin to stack up those divisions, those breed divisions, those champions, the reserves, and thirds, and start to project in the back of your head what's going to stick out the most the moment we transition things over. They're into Freedom Hall here in a little bit here tomorrow. Which sheep are going to kind of leave an impression in the back of your mind? I think we got a good kind of half dozen of them here in this particular breed alone that are very commendable. And I applaud each of you young kids for finding them, putting the miles on the kind of the truck, the car, sourcing your sheep, and putting in the long hours, the long days they're at home working with them. I'm not going to go back through and talk each of them here on the front lineup or the ones that are in second or third, but I will talk the ones that kind of stick out a little bit harder than the rest. I thought between kind of our two classes of lightweights, they came in, they looked the part, they looked like lightweights. I like a lot of things in terms of just body shape, touch, muscularity. In this one, she ain't just smooth enough in the way she's put together. I really like the one there that was second to her. That sheep just probably needs to be a little bit more mature, better in terms of her flank line. I thought we had a nice pair right there out of class 2. I thought between them, this one was a nickel planer, but that one's build quality, athleticism up front. Bend there to her, its hock joint was naturally a little bit faster paced than the one there in second. The one in second was stout shape, big and expressive there up high. Next set blade, base of that one's forerib got a little bit kind of tighter there for me at times. I thought we jumped into these kind of the heart of the middleweights as good as anything, and that's where I'll spend kind of majority of my time here on the microphone. I'll break them down just so you guys can understand why you might have got beat there at times. And I thought this sheep there that wins this class, the way this sheep puts things together up front, the way he throws his neck up, the way he draws back out of his blade, his base of his shoulder, the way it sits into his body wall, I think is all extremely, extremely good. That sheep opens up with plenty of body and shape there to him, and I say plenty because he's not just kind of overly abundant when we start to break him down against a couple of these bigger, heavier weights behind him. He gets a little bit kind of plainer there up over his tailhead. That sheep out of his upper hip is a little bit shorter about his rump length, and when you watch that sheep in motion, he doesn't just 100% just reach back and pull there out of his hock joint. And I know those are little things on a very good one. The sheep right there that was second to him, that was a big kind of burly little rascal. That thing's back shape I described as granite there in class. He had a perfect touch there to him, and he was so good in terms of the depth, the squareness, and flushness there up over the heel of his loin. He came back in that class and even about amongst this division, and that sheep doesn't have the same kind of maybe freshness there to his front half in terms of maybe how that sheep, in terms of the shape of his head, the shape of his neck, even the length of his blade and breastbone, I think from a maturity perspective, but man, there's a lot of power, a lot of muscle in that particular dude. The sheep there out of class 4, I like there quite a bit, and I even talked class 4 first and second as combining both of those sheep, because I think if we were to combine them, take this one's just build quality, looseness of motion, and how he maintained himself there out of his upper hip with that one's body shape, forerib, and back, I thought we'd have our sheep there that we 100% we could probably reminisce about here for the next couple hours. I thought this one, though, just needed a little bit more forerib, a little bit more right there on the backside of his scapula. I love the center portion of this particular sheep. I thought that guy was as dialed in as one could be. He's as just kind of worked and fed to a perfection out of his upper hip. That sheep wants to deviate the most, and I think with that in mind, with him being a little bit of a longer rump sheep, he narrows there up to over his tailhead, and in motion, he wanted to kind of pull his rear leg up underneath of him. I thought in terms of our big heavyweight class, the young man sheep right up here that wins that deal just naturally kind of trumped his contemporaries in that group. He's tall-shouldered, he's athletic in the way he's put together. His body line gets a little bit harsher, and we could probably just drop him in terms of his flank, and I think that's getting awfully critical. You get behind him too, and that sheep's square in the way he's put together. The base of his shoulder sits in and blends right. He's got a square upper hip and a good bend there to his rear leg. Like I said, I think it gets really close between a bunch of these out here. But if you don't mind, let's put our hands together for these kiddos here in the Hampshire Drive one final time. I'll put the mic down and we'll get a top 3.
Champion Hampshire came out of class number 10. Class 10 winner was 63-1832. Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, lamb weighing 154. Reserve champion came from class number 8. Class 8 winner was 49-4890. Caston Caldwell, Butler, Kentucky, that lamb weighing 137. And third place came from class 9, 64-1833. Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, that lamb weighing 143. Now need to show for Kentucky Proud Champion and Reserve. In the makeup area, if you had a first or second in the Kentucky Proud program in the Hampshires, you do need to be out. But also in the makeup area, we want class number 12, which is our first class of natural colored market lambs, those weighing 90 to 116.
Well, here we get the privilege to kind of pick our champion and reserve here in the Kentucky deal, and not to go back through each of these. I thought that sheep was a very nice second place one there out of class 2. I thought we had a good sheep there that kind of fell in the middle of the pack there in fourth amongst the really good ones there that we ended up talking about a few seconds ago. Oh, we got a really kind of white featured, just kind of snow white rascal here. Probably one that's just a little bit flatter in terms of his forehead, not just big enough right there up over his hip, but man, that thing's got some polarized kind of features there to him. We got a really nice one there that was real close there to getting into the top 3 there just a few seconds ago. I thought this kind of the one, young man's ewe lamb that kind of wrapped up that of her kind of her top 5 in that competitive class. I thought looked the part out of her upper hip, out of her knee and her hock joint. That ewe just got a little tighter when we asked her to go. We got a real stout, kind of massive guy, and just not probably just cute enough in the way he's put together. I don't think there's too much guesswork involved in this particular deal. Young lady's going to have her champion, Kentucky born and proud. Like I said, I think it gets really close from there back, but I've loved this guy from the moment he came in. He'll be reserved.
Kentucky Proud Champion came out of class Kentucky Proud Champion came from class 9, 77-4851. Izzy Godman, Brooksville, that lamb weighing 144. The reserve champion came from class 8, 91-5384. Emma Mulligan, Maysville, Kentucky, that lamb weighing 135. In the makeup area at this time, we need lambs in class number 13, natural colored market lambs, weighing between 127 to 138. Final call for lambs in class number 13, class 13 natural colored market lambs weighing 127 to 138 to be in the makeup area. Final call.
You know, back when I was coaching judging teams, if I'd asked my kids to kind of put together this class and put cuts on it, I hope they cut it pretty big on top because I don't think it's close in no particular manner. The young man sheep, that's just the best one out here. That one flat out looks like a killer when we get that one propped up and the leg in front of him. When we put her hand up underneath to that guy's throat latch and just kind of crop his front end, man, that's a good-looking rascal there with the right kind of touch and turn there to him. And I like that one quite a bit for a lightweight. The young lady sheep here in second, that sheep's a little bit harder, a little bit edgier in terms of her back shape. That sheep doesn't have the same kind of softness or smoothness there up over her body wall. We just need to kind of allow that sheep to kind of get rid of the stereotypical blue sheep image where they're a little bit harder feeding, a little bit flatter and straighter. And I think if we just soften that sheep and allowed her to put on a little bit more calories, that sheep can make things that much closer. The young lady sheep here in third, I like that one when she's propped up because everything begins to fit. That sheep just kind of wants to fight her a little bit more. I thought if we just rearranged her rear leg, the shape of her hock joint and her rear leg, we could allow that sheep to be that much leveler, that much neater there out of her tail head. I like the kind of this young lady sheep here as well. That one comes in with plenty of feature and plenty of coverage there down low. She's small, but she's still mighty in her own right. Just needs to see that sheep come with a couple more bells and whistles. The young lady's got a bigger one out here, but just because he's bigger probably just doesn't mean he's better at as well. That one's just a little bit finer, a little bit slicker up underneath. We just need to see both those sheep come with more muscle. Good group of them. Let's congratulate those kiddos as we kick off the blue sheep.
Coming into the ring, we should have class number 13, class 13 natural colored market lambs weighing 127 to 138. In the makeup area, we need class 14 natural colored market lambs weighing 140 to 147. Placing on class number 12, our first class of natural colored market lambs, first place to 163-1614. Clabber Wolf, DeMossville. That lamb weighing 115. Second place to 157-6097. Ansley Terrell Paris. That lamb weighing 116. Third, First in Kentucky Proud to 143-3704. Meredith Hampton, Elkton. That lamb weighing 102. Fourth place to Brooklyn Clark, Lancaster. And fifth to Ariel Wilson, Lancaster. Final call for lambs in class number 14, natural colored market lambs weighing between 140 and 147. Final call to the makeup ring.
I'll tell you what, this is a kind of a fun guy just to sit back and evaluate this guy's chest width, his squareness from the base of his armpit down to the surface, and the size of his front foot and his arm is absolutely humongous. That guy's got a big old ripped up back shape there to him. He's got a big old fat kind of caboose as well. I think that's a good sheep. I can go off all day on that particular guy. We'll save that until we get into the natural drive. The sheep right here in second, I like there quite a bit. This guy's a little bit sportier, a little bit neater in the way he's kind of maybe put together in terms of the height of his shoulder, the length, the extension there to his skeleton. Unfortunately, that guy probably just doesn't pair it with the same kind of three-dimensional turn there to him when you start to get up on top of him, study him from behind. And honestly, I thought if that guy just had a couple more pounds there to him, I think could play very good hardball with that of the one there that wins this group. The sheep there in third and the sheep here in fourth, I went back and forth in my mind, and I said there's a lot more just stoutness, mass, and muscle, and dimension in this particular sheep. He doesn't pair it good enough. This sheep is on the edge of having enough, but he does it with that much of a neater, kind of harder to replicate type of a look. Although I don't love him 100% in terms of the size or shape of his forearm, the way he kind of works there out of his tailhead in motion, I do thought that sheep naturally hit the kind I'm looking and chasing after that much easier, which is why he slips into third. Like I said, this one from just a product aspect is extremely good. I thought, and just in terms of just capitalizing as many ESTs from a terminal perspective onto one, this one does that. Unfortunately, he's a little bit coarser in terms of his shoulder blade. He's a little bit more awkward in the way that sheep wants to go in motion. We just need to see him collect himself better and his front end be redesigned. I like the lines of this particular guy. Like I got done saying a couple minutes ago, there on the sheep there that goes third. This one just runs out of gas here from behind. We need to drop this guy in terms of his twist. We got to drop him in terms of his flank line just to kind of continue to balance up that much better. Young man's a good showman, does a good job there at home getting that one ready to go. I like the shape of this particular guy. He's so rugged in terms of his feature. That one in motion just didn't collect himself there good enough. This one pets really smooth and is real soft there up high in terms of his touch. And the way he works there out of his tailhead, I thought that sheep just didn't wedge good enough in relation to a couple of his contemporaries. We need to harden this guy up in terms of his cover. We need to power that guy up. Good group of them. Very nice class winner on the top end.
Coming into the ring, we have class number 14. These lambs weigh between 140 and 147. In the makeup area, we should have lambs in class 15. Class 15 should be in the makeup area. Placing on class number 13, these are lambs weighing 127 to 138. First placed at 159, 3278, Maddox Trammell, Adolphus, that lamb weighing 134. Second to 149, 4377, Madison Metzger, Rockfield, lamb weighing 127. Third to 139, 6841, Blake Daly, Paris, that lamb weighing 134. Fourth place, Addison Cowan, Mayslick. Fifth place, Colin Combs, Taylorsville. Sixth place, first in Kentucky, proud to 132, 4001, Willa Blanchard, Battletown, Kentucky, that lamb weighing 130. Seventh place to Macy Hazelrig, Ewing. 8th place to Hagen Smith, Winchester, and 9th place to Tolly Downs, Alexandria, Kentucky. In the makeup area, we need lambs in class number 15, natural colored market lambs, weighing between 151 and 177 in the makeup area, please. Final call for lambs in class number 15. Natural colored market lambs weighing between 151 and 177 to be in the makeup area. Final call.
Well, there's probably a lot of just kind of wild things we could sit back on the microphone and just begin to kind of illustrate here on this particular guy. And I'm not one to just kind of, mass populating a bunch of them, but I could draw you a ton of pictures of sheep there in the classroom. And I want to look like this guy. That thing is tall shouldered. He's high headed. He's beautiful. Just in terms of his overall side view silhouette and presentation, he ain't probably just the most hydrated or perfect right there in terms of even the kind of width there of his loin or the depth of his loin. I think if we were to smooth that up here in the next couple hours, that guy can get extremely interesting here in a little bit. The sheep right here in second and the sheep right here in third. I go back and forth between a few of them, and I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to tell me, hey, let's pull up a long chair and talk about Class 3 and the blues between second and third, because I'm open for discussion. I thought this sheep right here was just naturally a little bit bigger and broader up underneath of him. I thought he was a bigger shaped sheep there out of the backside of his shoulder. I do realize his rear leg going across makes you absolutely wince, like it hurts waking up in the morning. And if we were to change that on him, I don't think it's close in second. The sheep right here in third, standing still, I think we can build a case there to use him in third. I thought he smoothed back. I thought that sheep, his rear leg, although it's a little bit tighter and straighter there to him, I thought posed and moved a little bit more kind of more appropriately. Just that sheep there underneath, he's too narrow coming and going. That sheep needs to be a little bit bigger there on either side of his tail head. This one's got a lot of muscle. This thing is big body. That thing is big pin. And that sheep, of the sheep there out of the top three or two ahead of him, that sheep is wider down underneath. Unfortunately, his skeleton, this just doesn't work on him just as loosely out of his front shoulder. He attaches too low in terms of his neck set as well. If we just allow that sheep just to settle in, want to not overdrive and be a show sheep, I think we could begin to work them up just from a sheer product perspective. We got a really long-bodied ewe lamb here, and I think her length honestly works to her disadvantage because that sheep doesn't have the same kind of drop to her abdomen. That sheep gets a little bit more kind of interesting in the way she works there about her muscle tie. The young man's got a nice dark blue sheep here that kind of just kind of hides in the background a little bit because he's as dark as a shadow. Unfortunately, he's still a little frailer legged, a little bit more fragile up underneath. We got to widen him when we get behind him. That sheep right here is too straight. Young lady does a good job showing him. We got to smoothen this guy up. We got to make that guy's just chest to flank line balance out much better. We got a nice ewe lamb that's smooth backed and well presented. We got a nice long bodied, extended, bigger frame sheep that just needs more body. Good group of them. Really good class winner.
Coming into the ring is our fourth and final class of natural colored market lambs, class number 15. These lambs weigh 151 to 177. In the makeup ring, we need first through thirds of the previous three classes of natural colored market lambs, first through third. Also, first and second in Kentucky Proud if you're not part of that first through third in the overall class. Placing on class number 14, natural colored market lambs ranging from 140 to 147. First place to 134.4891, Caston Caldwell. Butler, that lamb weighing 146. Second place to 147.1881, Ainsley Mason, Lancaster. That lamb weighing 145. Third to 153.6088, Addison Simpson, Crittenden. That lamb weighing 140. Fourth place, first in Kentucky Proud to 142.3877, Kinley French, Sharpsburg, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 147. Fifth place to Lily Terrell, Paris, Kentucky. Sixth place, second Kentucky Proud, 152.3382, Cole Ricketts, Versailles, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 141. 7, Annie Brockman, Independence. Eighth place to Carrie Wagner, Lexington, Kentucky, third in Kentucky Proud. 9 to Lacey Tackett, Falmouth, Kentucky. 10 to Marshall Jones, Denton, Kentucky. Again, final call for first, seconds, and thirds from classes 12, 13, and 14 in the makeup area. First, second, and thirds from classes 12, 13, and 14. Plus, we also need first and seconds Kentucky Proud for those three classes. Ringside in the makeup area.
Well, here in the last class here, the blue shape, we got smaller numbers across the board. And honestly, I think on the far side of the line, if we were just to kind of change or tweak one thing, I think we could probably rearrange a few of them. The young lady sheep up front for me that wins this deal, just naturally in terms of his spread, he's got the most muscle. He's got the best kind of turn and touch there to him on the top side of him and the way he pets. That sheep probably in relation to a couple of the other ones we've talked about today, I think for his weight range, is that sheep 100% right there in terms of his cover. I think we could probably continue to chub him up. I really like the lines of this particular guy that he comes with, a little bit kind of more just like feature and further down low, and I think that helps that sheep continue to balance. He in relation to either sheep on either side of him, he ain't just as shapely right there in terms of his leg shape, but I thought that sheep and the way he puts things together up front and where his breastbone sits in him was better than the sheep here in third. The sheep right here in third, like I said, that sheep's got a little bit more shape in the way he grips up high. I just thought when we get off to the side of him, he's a bit more kind of obtuse in the way he's put together in terms of the height of his flank line, the depth of his chest floor. If we were to rearrange those things and make that sheep balance that much better and bring his breastbone back up, I think that sheep can work his way into second. This sheep just genuinely, amongst the two directly behind of him, he's the next best one in terms of his body shape. I think it's a wash in terms of thickness there to him. We need to freshen him up over his loin edge. I like this sheep in terms of its skin, no doubt about it. This sheep right here just gets a little bit finer down low in terms of its foot size and feature. We got to see that sheep just continue to power up there for us. Young lady's doing a good job working with her particular blue weather, long-bodied, extended, kind of a big height, kind of big, tall, long type of a sheep. He needs to be more muscular there out of his hip. Good group of them. We'll get ready to pick a top three out of these blues, but let's give it up for these kids here in the natural division.
In addition to those first through thirds for the natural colored in the makeup area, we also need class 16, our single class of Oxford market lambs, weighing 117 to 164 to the makeup ring, please. Placing on the class 15 of our natural colored market lambs. First place in the 4-H FFA, first in the Kentucky Proud, goes to 135-2156. Bailey Campbell, Science Hill, that lamb weighing 158. Second place to 151-3933. Brevin Pope, Green Up, that lamb weighing 153. Third, second Kentucky Proud to 145-6375. Kinsley Jenkin Sturgis, that lamb weighing 177. Fourth place to Ivory McGlone, Grayson, Kentucky. Fifth place to 131. Macy Beecraft, Morning View. And sixth place, third in Kentucky Proud, to Dylan Franklin, Waddy, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 151. Again, we need class 16 in the makeup area. Please, class 16, our single class of Oxfords, to the makeup ring.
Well, I'll be honest, this has been a very good blue show across the board, and not maybe as many classes as what we just got done talking there on the Hampshires, but in terms of quality, I mean, you guys hang with the upper echelon of those guys that we just got done talking about in that division lineup. I thought we just had an absolute kind of incredible way to kick off Class 1 here on the lightweights of the Blues. And I told that young man when I handled that sheep, I said, hey, you brought me a pretty darn good one, and he just kind of chuckled, but I love how that one's body shape sits on him. I love that one's touch. I thought right now that sheep may be projecting him long term. Is that sheep going to have the same kind of height to length ratio to him? Is he going to have the same kind of punchiness from behind? Is probably my question marks. We got a hard shaped one directly behind our class winner there. That sheep gets a little straighter, a little bit more stereotypical in terms of maybe what we all like to anticipate a blue sheep can be. I think the tides begin to turn here in terms of our middleweight range, and honestly, we're fixing to use some reference here that I hope a lot of you guys can kind of catch on to. This one right here, this thing looks like he can guard the rim like Patrick Patterson. He looks like he can dunk with the best of them there. He's big chested. He's barrel ribbed. This thing is gigantic in terms of the crease, turn, and touch there over his back line. And I said it earlier, that guy's got a very big and kind of obnoxious shape there to his hip and his rear leg. I think with the same time for looking like a big postman there in the basketball court, that guy still gets out and he's nimble enough when we ask him to go. Looks like he could play in that power 4 spot. Unfortunately, I think his rear leg does begin to get a little interesting there in terms of the shape, in terms of his hock joint going directly away from me in relation to a few of the other ones. Is that sheep just as kind of up and out right there on the apex of his blade? I think he reads a bit more parallel there. The sheep there that was second to him, I think young lady's got a sheep there that's built for the kind of the long haul later into the fall, maybe show season. That sheep is neat in terms of his lines. He's edgy in terms of his back. I like that one quite a bit just from the silhouette looking in. You know, if you had to ask Matt Cheney here coming fresh out of college a couple of years ago, he would tell you, hey, he can 100% write a novel on this particular sheep. Unfortunately, judging a handful of these things now, this guy gets a little bit too one-dimensional in terms of his body shape or his width there up underneath of him. But we just need to see that guy a little bit kind of boxier, a little clubbier in order to kind of maybe make that initial sniff into maybe our contention for third overall. We had an absolute kind of wild one there that comes in out of Class 3. And if you guys hear me go off on your sheep, you know I like them quite a bit, and I applaud you guys. I want to be as kind of interesting in terms of breaking them down as possible. This thing comes in, and he looks like he can shoot behind the three-point line like that of Jody Meeks. He looks like he can hang with the best of them there, whether it's in this division or hanging with a bunch of other ones in our Grand Drive lineup. He's tall-shouldered. He's athletic. athletic. He's around the rib. That guy's got a big old shape there to him out of his hip, and beautiful turn there to his cheek as well. I think if we get critical on him, we could see that guy right there over the pit of his loin, that much more flush and deeper and leveler in that regard. We could take his left rear non-show side hock joint and give that guy just a little bit more gas there when we ask him to turn it and cut it loose. But I like that one there quite a bit. The second behind him, I thought between that one and the sheep in third, that one just had more muscle on the top side of him, better in terms of his shape. We had a good way to kind of wrap up out of the heavyweights. This one's very good in terms of its lines. Probably just not as maybe smooth when we start to break him down, not as just kind of wild in the way he's put together. But I think a very good set of them across the board. I'm real anxious on my champion in reserve here in the natural division. I think we got a darn nice one with a good upside there that's going to end up in third. Young man right here has got her champion. Young man's reserve. Young lady second to him will be third.
Champion natural colored goes to our class 14 winner, 134.4891. Caston Caldwell, Butler, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 146. Reserve champion was our class 13 winner, 159.3278. Maddox Trammell, Adolphus, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 134. Third place was second in that class, 149.4377. Madison Metzger, Rockfield. That lamb weighing 127. Now showing for Kentucky Proud champion in reserve.
Before we drop back in, a few of those kind of sheep we had, and maybe on further on down the line, we got still a class winner there out of the last class back in the mix. And I think when it comes down to a champion and reserve, there's a lot of different ways we could probably go back and forth in this particular set. Nothing to take away from the young lady up front, but I like this guy's shape. I like this guy's touch. I like his turn to his rib. I thought he's very smooth and just kind of well put together from the side. He wasn't just as burly right there in terms of his forerib. He's a little bit kind of plainer shaped than one of the ones that were ahead of him in class. I talked this guy very highly in a class of them, put him fourth there, and I said that guy's just body shape, his width at the surface, that guy out of his upper hip and pin bone was just as wide and as broad as they could be. He gets a little bit more awkward in terms of maybe how he's organized about his skeleton. If we just fix his basic build, I think that sheep begins to be that much closer in this particular set. Our big heavyweights, like we got done talking to him in just a few seconds ago, love his lines, like his extension. Is he just as kind of beefy right there in terms of his body shape? Is he just as big right up high when you start to kind of study him from a three-quarter view? Those are the question marks and hang-ups I got in that particular set of the Kentucky born and bred side of things. The one I keep coming back to is going to be the young lady right here in the black shirt. She'll be champion here in the Kentucky born and bred side of things. And then from there, I think it gets really close. We'll go ahead and come back and use the young lady here in the pink.
Kentucky Proud champion goes to our class 13 first place Kentucky Proud, 132.4001. Willa Blanchard, Battletown, lamb weighing 130. The reserve Kentucky Proud came out of class 14, 142.3877. Kinley French, Sharpsburg, that lamb weighing 147. In the ring, we should have class 16. Class 16 would be your next class coming in. That's our single class of Oxford, weighing 117 to 164. In the makeup ring, we need class 17 Shropshires, weighing 130 to 142. First class of Shropshires, class 17, in the makeup ring, please.
I'll probably break this class down probably more than what I would probably really like to. But the young main sheep that's going to end up being champion here in the Oxford breed is just genuinely just the most opened up, the most busted open there at the seams. His chest is bigger, where his knee sits up underneath of him is wider as well. And because of that, it allows him to set the stage for that much better turn, that much better shape and expression over the backside of his back. And I thought the young man, when that sheep stuck, has that sheep looking the way he needs to be. The young man sheep right here in second, and even the sheep here in third, we'll talk them there as a pair because I think they're very close to one another. I think propped up and on the standstill, I like the sheep here in third there quite a bit because everything fits there quite nicely. I thought in motion, I thought where this sheep kind of just maintained his body shape better right there in terms of his forerib and heart versus maybe that sheep directly behind of him. I think even on top of him as well, he just opens up better. He touches smoother. He touches back with a little bit more just kind of fullness there over his loin edge and hydration there to him. For me, where I get critical, he's a little longer bladed sheep. He's a plainer fronted sheep. That sheep, in terms of his chest width, his base width coming and going, that sheep is just too closed up there underneath. The sheep right here in third, like I said, on the standstill looking in 100%, I'm inclined to switch the pair of them. However, just because he's a bigger, kind of taller shouldered sheep there that's got a little bit more just kind of height there to him, he begins to close up there too much there in terms of his chest width, his knee. We got to see that guy just so much bolder in terms of his forward. And I think in motion, you can begin to see how that guy opens up on the top of his blade and just begins to run out of horsepower from their back. But the young lady does a killer job there on the front half, getting that one shown the way it needs to be. I liked a lot of parts and pieces on this particular sheep right here. I like his body shape. I think he's smooth back. I think he's got plenty of muscle there to him. That sheep right there up front just poses too many question marks for me. His chine bone begins to sit up in him. The length of his blade, the base of his body wall, that sheep just gets a little bit more awkward in terms of how he begins to balance. The young man sheep here that's going to end up in fifth, he runs out of gas in terms of size and horsepower. We just need to see that sheep just better right there in terms of his flank line. See that sheep a little bigger and smoother. We need to see this sheep a little bit firmer and harder there to the touch. But a good way to wrap up that of the Oxford division.
Entering the ring next is class number 17, our first class of Shropshire market lambs. These lambs weigh 130 to 142. In the makeup area, we need class 18, our second and final class of Shropshires, weighing 144 to 159. Placing on the Oxford market lamb class, first place in Kentucky and first place and first in Kentucky Proud, as well as champion Oxford, is Colin Combs, Taylorsville, with 169.2953. That lamb weighing 138. Second in Kentucky Proud and reserve champion to 166.4156, Levi Argabright, Brandenburg, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 145. Third to Addison Cowan, Mayslick, Kentucky. Fourth to Annabeth McCarty, Independence. Fifth to Jefferson Oldfield, Sharpsburg. And sixth to Isaiah Vera Matthews, Lexington. Final call for lambs in Class 18, Shropshires weighing 144 to 159 to be in the makeup area.
With some lightweight sheep here out of Class 1 on the Shropshires. And honestly, as these sheep begin to kind of mature, they're going to change a little bit. They're on down the road. And honestly, I don't know if some of these sheep are just right there right now in terms of their weight range, or they could be a little bit kind of bigger, a little bit kind of bloomier, a little bit smoother there as well. I just thought as we begin to kind of work towards the top of the class here, I thought this sheep just paired together a lot of just good aspects and good traits onto one very solid, complete type of a package. I thought he's smooth there in terms of his stop line. That sheep's got a nice kind of running gear there that's still fast-paced enough in terms of his reach there down low. He ain't probably just as maybe as wild in first impression as probably this sheep there that's going to sit second to him in terms of his forerib or the turn there to his upper rib. I thought that sheep in terms of his reach to where his shoulder blade and kind of knee sat on him was just a tick better. The sheep right here in second, I want to give this one the benefit of the doubt because he's well prepared and managed there up high. He's shapely about his back. That sheep's got a nice kind of turn there to his upper rib, and the young man's done a good job just painting that particular guy. My issue with him is start to break him down up front. He's a bit straighter in the angle of his shoulder, straighter in terms of his knee. I think the tighter knee weather there in motion, sitting on the back half of him now, just ain't good enough or secure enough there out of his hock joint. I think the lines, the symmetry, the smoothness here in the sheep in third are all very nice things to certainly complement this particular guy on. Unfortunately, I thought in terms of the length of his blade where he sits and attaches there up front, even the touch there to him over his back line, that sheep for me read the plainness there of the initial trio. I thought we needed, in order to help that sheep continue to balance, we need to kind of just give him a little bit more fill. I thought this sheep right here, just from the outside looking in, stood up with a little bit more shape there on the top side of him, just from a sheer shape aspect. I thought when you start to circle around from behind, setting him out to his tailhead, that sheep begins to run out of gas and horsepower. We need to see just more sheep from behind. We need to see a little bit more muscle there working with him. The young man's got a nice sheep here in terms of his size and in terms of his stature as well. I like that kind of the big ring kind of style of this particular guy. He just gets out and comes off a little bit too hard in terms of his overall look. He's a bit raw in terms of the touch there to his forerib. We chub that guy up, give him a bit more calories. We take the knot there off of his jaw, and I think that sheep begins to look that much better and begin to propel himself there into a higher spot in this particular set. We got a moderate ewe lamb there that's smooth and big back. She gets a little bit chubby right there in terms of her forerib. Her shoulder blade for me was the biggest question mark. These two sheep are a bit better in terms of their skeleton. We need to see this guy more muscular. We need to allow that sheep just to touch better when you get up on top of them. Good way to wrap things up here in the Class 1 of the Shropshires. Let's put our hands together for these kiddos.
Placing on Class 17, our first class of Shropshires, first place and first in Kentucky Proud, goes to 197.4095 Reagan Coffee, Harned, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 142. Second place to 212.5219 Wyatt Perkins, Maysville. That lamb weighing 131. Third, second in Kentucky Proud, 203.2647 Blake McCowan, Danville. That lamb weighing 141. Fourth place, Charlie Blanchard, Battletown. Fifth place, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana. Sixth place, Taylor Moore, Nancy, Kentucky. Seventh place, Carson Minier, Frenchburg. And eighth to Isaiah Vera Matthews, Lexington. In the ring now, we have class number 18, Shropshires, weighing 144 to 159. Your next class will be for champion and reserve champion Shropshire and third. So we'll need the first, second, and third from class 17. In the makeup area, please. Also in the makeup area, first class of South Downs. Those lambs weighing 108 to 133. That's class 1 or class 19. Final call for lambs in class 19, first class of South Downs to be in the makeup area, and also final call for first, second, and third from class 17, first class of Shrops to be in the makeup area as well.
You know, honestly, this guy comes in and it's like a fresh, cold glass of water on a hot summer day. It's refreshing to see this guy in this particular division. And I know we're going to probably talk a little bit more about him there in that division drive, but I think this guy can still boogie with the rest of them. And then we just talked a little bit harder on there out of those bigger divisions. Good sheep there. That's all I'm going to say for now. The sheep right here in second, I like that guy in terms of his touch, his body shape, I think is right on and to a T. Young lady's done a darn good job there with a feed bucket on this particular dude. Unfortunately, I just didn't necessarily thought he had the same kind of looseness out of his front shoulder. I thought they're out of his upper hip, and when that sheep is asked to go, got a little bit more kind of tentative and not necessarily just as sure of himself in terms of his step, but I thought that one, just in terms of ready to go, muscularity, good body shape, he still looks like a show sheep with a good enough running gear. I thought he had to be second in this particular set. Young man can certainly show the wheels off of him. We've seen him a handful of times here today. I like this one propped up. I like this one standing still. The moment we send kind of the slicker legged whether they're loose, he begins to kind of tighten up there in terms of his skeleton. His rear leg gets a bit more permanent in terms of its set. I thought the biggest thing for me is off the first glance, initial impression, that sheep just wasn't just firm enough, wasn't just good enough in terms of his freshness up over his back line. I really like the skeleton of this sheep, and the young man wins the award for the best mullet here of this afternoon as well. He does a killer job there working with this big sheep of his. I like the skeleton there quite a bit. We just need to see that guy just firmer, fresher when you start to break him down. We got a kind of a harder shaped sheep there that the young lady drives us. Skeleton need to be kind of reorganized. I like this sheep in terms of his smoothness there over his body wall, him out of his upper hip. We need to see more muscle, which is why he goes there in 6. Good group of them. Let's congratulate those kiddos. We'll get ready to pick a champion reserve in 3rd.
Again, in the makeup area, we need lambs in class 19, our first class of Southdown market lambs. Those lambs weigh 108 to 133, should be in the makeup area, as well as first, second, and third from class 17. Final call for Southdown market lambs, class 19, to be in the makeup area. Final call.
Well, here on the kind of the Shropshire side of things, just two classes, but good quality there, top to bottom. And I think legitimately just as deep of a top three across the board as what we've seen so far. I do think our champion's a flat out non-negotiable guy, and I think anyone can see it. I think we're between reserve third and what could have been fourth out here. It gets a little bit closer there between them. I thought in terms of maybe where they begin to balance, the way they work down to their hip and their rear leg was kind of the biggest telltale signs for me. Help me congratulate the young man out of class 2 with their champion. Young lady in front of them is going to be reserved. Like I said, I thought he got a little bit closer there across the board between kind of third and fourth overall and what we would have deemed fourth. I like this guy in terms of his lines. I thought he was edgy. I thought he was shaped. He looks like he's a good club lamb as well. He just gets too straight there up front. I didn't necessarily believe in his forerib shape just 100% opening up. I thought this guy was very good in terms of his rib, his stoutness, his spread. I thought we could redesign him there out of his hip and his rear leg. I think even regardless, so that's my next favorite. Young lady's third.
Champion Shropshire goes to our class winner of class 18, 192-4155, Levi Argabright, Brandenburg. Lamb weighing 146, and that's also our Kentucky Proud champion, Shropshire. Reserve champion goes to our first place winner in class 17, which was 197-4095. And that's also our reserve champion, Shropshire, for the Kentucky Proud, Reagan Coffey, Harnard, Kentucky. Lamb weighing 142. Third place goes to 199-2951. And that was third in the Shropshire heavyweight class, Colin Combs, Taylorsville, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 148. Finishing out the placings for that class 18, first in the junior show, first in Kentucky Proud, 192-4155, Levi Argabright, Brandenburg, 146 pounds. Second to 205-35-34, Ella Myers, Union, Kentucky, 144 pounds. Third to 199-2951, Colin Combs, Taylorsville. That lamb weighing 148. Fourth, second in Kentucky Proud. And that would be your reserve Kentucky Proud. Goes to 2632, Ronan Allen, Georgetown, Kentucky, with the lamb weighing 159. And fifth to 218, 5429, Alana Thomas, Cynthiana. Sixth place to 215, 6829, Keela Rojas, Lexington, Kentucky. In the makeup area, we need lambs in class number 20, our second class of Southdown Market lambs. Those lambs weighing between 136 and 148. Class 20 to the makeup area, please.
Honestly, the young ladies kind of Ewe there just leads the charge right out the gate, and I thought that one was just leaps and bounds kind of better than the rest in terms of touch, her body shape. I thought that you just kind of naturally trumped her contemporaries, and kind of each and every angle you begin to look at her. I do recognize she is probably the smallest, the lightest weight one in this particular set, but she's the best one by some fold. The young man sheep right here in second, I thought genuinely you get up on top of them, and that sheep just naturally spread the second best amongst its counterparts. The young man, probably we could bring that one's head and neck back just a tick and continue to show that weather to a higher degree. He's not as firm right there in terms of his touch. I thought between the third and fourth, I thought the biggest difference for me was probably a little bit more kind of a showmanship. I thought if we showed that weather a little bit better and brought his head and neck back where it needed to be, we can get that guy's chest and front end up in him just a scotch more. I thought in relation to the sheep that sat directly behind of him, he had more belly, he had more top line. That was just a little bit smoother there to him. I thought we just needed to kind of pick his chest up, give him more punch there from behind. Young lady's absolutely showing the wheels off of this one, and she's done a darn good job there top to bottom in this particular class. This sheep for me just gets a little bit kind of plainer right up over her back. We got to get that sheep a little bit fuller in terms of his rib as well. Young lady's got a shapely one there that's going to round things out. I thought skeleton-wise, that guy came in too many just different types and pieces for me in terms of his chest, his knee, where that one's spine where it began to work in him when we asked that one to go. But when she got that one stuck, it makes you want to kind of second guess. The young lady sheep here on the far side that's going to end up in 6. Very sound, very functional, very good skeleton type of a sheep. This one just needs more lamb right there on the top side of it. We need to see that one just a little bit more three-dimensional, but a good group of them. Let's congratulate those kiddos there out of Class 1 on these Southdowns. We'll get ready to bring in Class 2.
Coming into the ring is class number 20, our second and final class of Southdown Market lambs. These lambs weigh 136 to 148. In the makeup area, we need our first and second place animals and third place animal from class 19 of the Southdowns. Also in the makeup area, we need class 21 Suffolk Market lambs weighing 92 to 148, our single class of Suffolk Market lambs. Placing on the first class of Southdown Market lambs, class 19, first place and first in Kentucky Proud to 237.3889 Jefferson Oldfield, Sharpsburg, Kentucky, with a lamb weighing 108. Second place to 240.6789 Bryce Schwartz, Flemingsburg, with a lamb weighing 116. Third to Graham King, Glencoe. Fourth place, Emery Phillips, Williamstown. Fifth place, second in Kentucky Proud to 241.6099 Ainsley Terrell, Paris, Kentucky, lamb weighing 115. And sixth to Sophia Clark, Lancaster. Final call for first through third from class 19 Southdown Market lambs in the makeup area, and final call for class 21 Suffolk Market lambs in the makeup area.
Well, here in this class, I think it just kind of breaks itself down relatively routinely on the top end. I thought a very nice sheep here to go ahead and kick things off. I like the lines. I like the symmetry of this particular weather, and the young man does a darn good job just getting in front, getting that guy well shown. He's well fed. He's hydrated, and that sheep looks the part out here. Not only, when they swim like a duck, they quack like a duck, they're probably a duck. Well, hey, and this one looks like a class winner, touches like a class winner. He is our class winner. And I don't think it's close. For me, between second and third, I went back and forth there a time or two there on it. This one's probably a bit more traditional type-ish. This one's a bit more weather type-ish. I thought both of them. And this one right here was a little bit better right there out of the backside of his shoulder. He ain't probably just as good skinned as the one directly behind of him, but I thought he was balanced. I thought that sheep, in terms of his skeleton, was on the money as well. He needs to be a little bit trimmer right there over his body wall. The sheep right here in third, the moment he came in, I sat back and I said, hey, that sheep looks like he could potentially win this class because he's got a stout noggin there to him. He's got a nice shape there to him. He's a little bit more club lamb and just kind of proportioned as well. Unfortunately, that sheep over his back line, that sheep is the most tired over his loin edge. We need to see that sheep just more hydrated and fresher there to the touch. He is a good sheep in his own right. I think we could probably just get that guy that much better right there in terms of his handle. I thought from a balance side aspect as well in motion, that sheep's chest to flank and the way he rounded out of his hip bone was a little bit more concerning too. The sheep right here in fourth, that sheep's got a little bit more size, a little bit bigger stature as well. He just gets too flat right there in terms of his forehead, gets a little bit more peaky there out of his hip as well. Young man does a good job just staying with it here on the sheep here in fifth, and I thought when this one was parked, that sheep began to kind of just begin to piece things together quite nicely. He needs to be a little bit firmer in terms of his touch. We need to see that sheep just better in terms of the way he grips right behind his shoulder and over the heel of his loin. I like the lines of this particular sheep. I think with this sheep in mind, if this sheep had a little bit more just kind of feature there down low, I think it begins to amplify him. He's nice looking. He's well put together. My biggest takeaway on him, you spin behind of him, this sheep begins to just disappear from us from behind. We need to see him bigger hip, bigger in terms of his shape. The young man does a darn good job there working with his sheep. This one's just depth of his blade, lower body balance just got a little bit more awkward. We need to see him fresher. Good group of them there out of the Class 2 of the South Downs.
Placing on the second class of Southdown Market Lambs, class number 20, first place and first in Kentucky Proud to 226-4153, Levi Argabright, Brandenburg. That lamb weighing 148. Second in Kentucky Proud to 230-6843, Blake Daly, Paris. That lamb weighing 148. Third place, Ainsley Mason, Lancaster. Fourth place, Ellie Zabinko, Taylorsville. 5 to Wyatt King, Glencoe, Kentucky. 6, Macy Beecraft, Morning View, Kentucky. And 7 to Ronan Allen, Georgetown, Kentucky.
Or go ahead and drop back in those first through thirds there on a class 1 through 2. I think it gets relatively kind of routine here on the top end of this class. I thought it boiled down to a pair of them, and they're in class as well. And we're going to go ahead and keep the stack of them together. Our champion, reserve, and third all come out of class 2.
Champion Southdown and Kentucky Proud champion Southdown goes to our class winner of class 20, 226-4153, Levi Argabright, Brandenburg, with the lamb weighing 148. Reserve champion, Reserve Kentucky proud. 230, 6843, Blake Daly, Paris, Lamb Wing 148. And third overall goes to 235, 1882 out of that heavyweight class, Ainsley Mason, Lancaster, that Lamb Wing 136. Now ready for our single class of South Downs. Pardon me, single class of Suffolk, class 21. In the makeup area at this time, we need lambs in class number 22. Class 22, our first class of blackface crossbreds. Those animals weighing 90 to 109. 90 to 109, class 22, first class of blackface crossbreds. To the makeup area, please.
Well, here on our Suffolk division, we got a big group there all the way down the line, and the young lady sheep there up front, just naturally in terms of just knowing what them Suffolks are known for in terms of their skin, their touch, just their muscularity. I thought that one kind of fit the build of that particular breed quite nicely. I like that one quite a bit. I thought she naturally needed to start here to the top of this deal. The young lady sheep here in second, I like that one in terms of her rib. I liked her in terms of her touch. She gets a little bit kind of tighter there out of her, both her shoulder and out of her hip. Not as smooth there down her back either. We got a kind of a bigger bodied one there that's just genuinely a little bit fuller there. When we start to break him down from behind, he ain't just probably blessed with the same kind of just pigmentation there to him in terms of his head, in terms of his feature, or even the silkiness of his skin. But I thought that guy, just in terms of the next best pieces, came to the table. Young lady showing the wheels off of this particular guy. I thought he was a little bit bigger and broader there up over, or she was a bit bigger and broader up over her back line than the young man's sheep here. The young man's sheep, I do like that one just from a touch aspect as well. I thought that sheep had a little bit more shape when we started to break that one down. Wasn't blessed with the same kind of maybe just coloration there on the top side of them as a couple of the others. We got a pair of them right here that look identical. This one's a little bit fuller about her leg. This one's a little bit better right there in terms of its handle. We got a good kind of pair of them here on the bottom side. Let's give it up for these kiddos here on the Suffolk division.
We are going to take just a short break, give the judge a rest, and we'll be right back in just a few minutes, though. Results from the class of Suffolk Market Lambs. First place and first in Kentucky Proud and champion Suffolk Market Lamb goes to 255-6101. Ansley Terrell, Paris, Kentucky, lamb weighing 148. Second place, second in Kentucky Proud, and our reserve champion Suffolk Market Lamb, 254-4658. Autumn Maynard, Mayslick, Kentucky, that lamb weighing 105. Third to Bailey Hoskins, Lancaster. Fourth to Bailey Hoskins. Fifth to Silas Hahn, Lancaster. Sixth place to Carter Hoskins, Lancaster. 7, Lavender Hahn, Lancaster. Eighth place, Ariel Wilson, Lancaster. And ninth place, Silas Hahn, Lancaster. This time we need class number 22 black-face crossbred market lambs in the makeup area. Once they're all in, then we'll start back up. That's our first class of black-face crossbreds. In the makeup area, we need lambs in class number 23, black-face crossbreds weighing between 118 and 127.
Well, I figured it was a good time to kind of take a quick restroom break there after the self-fix. I was starting to dance a little bit in my boots, but man, this is a good way to kind of kick back things here on the sheep side. And the young lady's blue sheep, that one's probably one of the wildest cylindrical bodied ones we've seen so far. That thing's got a butterfly shape there on the top side of her. She's big, she's fresh, she's groovy in terms of her muscles. Just comes off a little bit more fragile in terms of her foot size, her forearm, her feature down low. I like that one quite a bit. The sheep right here in second, that sheep genuinely does run uphill better, and I think a lot of that is just because the way he's kind of organized there out of his hip and his rear leg. The young lady does a darn good job showing him. Unfortunately for me, when you start to study how he's put together from the hip loin portion back, that sheep gets a little bit more awkward in terms of the length of his shank, coarser about the edge of his hock joint, and because of that, when we watch him go, that sheep is right there on the edge of his plane of his skeleton. If we change that one up there, right there, we could begin to kind of switch the pair on top. The sheep right here in third, I do like the blue one in terms of his touch. I think he's got muscle, no doubt about it. Unfortunately, he comes off a little bit more inverted in terms of his underline. We got to give that weather just a little bit more kind of punch and product there from behind. Young lady sheep here that's coming out next, he's a little bit more moderate in terms of his overall size and stature. He hits me more like kind of a Division I sheep long term as well. He just doesn't have the same kind of grip right there in behind of his shoulder. We need to just see that guy just lengthen out things a little bit in terms of his cannon bone. The young lady sheep right here is next. I like that guy in terms of his fuzz, his fur, his feature there down low. He's big body. He just needs to be a little bit smoother about his back, a little bit bigger there from end to end. We got a nice one here that's functional about the way he's put together. Just a little bit more awkward in terms of the way she works out of her hip and her rear leg, but good group of them.
Next class to enter the rings, class 23, our second class of black-face crossbreds, those weighing 118 to 127. In the makeup area, we need class 24 black-faced crossbreds weighing 128 to 135. Placing on the class 22, our first class of black-faced crossbreds, first in Kentucky Proud to 150, 5177, Taylor Moore, Nancy, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 108. Second place, second in Kentucky Proud, second place to 82, 2257, Macy Hazelrig, Ewing, Kentucky, lamb weighing 104. Third to Luke Renfro, Bowling Green, Kentucky. Fourth, second in Kentucky Proud to 2917116, Brinlin Jordan, Louisa, Kentucky, lamb weighing 96. Fifth place to Sophia Clark, Lancaster, Kentucky. Sixth place to Micah Horn, Louisa, Kentucky. Final call for lambs in class 24 to be in the makeup area. Class 24, final call. Those black-faced crosses weighing 128 to 135, final call. Final call for animals in class 24, black-faced crosses weighing 128 to 135. Final call.
Well, here on Class 2 of these crosses, I think things get that much easier here on the top end when we start to kind of ramp up on quality. And the young lady sheep here up front, I think you could play Alana, can jump on the mic and say Alana just kind of wild, kind of colorful things on a guy like this, and that sheep is very good in terms of his build quality. His foot path down low is absolutely tremendous, where he slings his neck high on the apex of his shoulder. I think is as good as one can be. I like that one quite a bit. The young lady sheep right here in second, genuinely in terms of that one's touch, turn to her upper rib, progression from their back is arguably almost better than that of the class winner, because this sheep is so good there in terms of her hide, her pelt, her touch there to her. She gets a little bit frailer there in terms of her forearm. She's just not as wild looking in terms of the way that one's skeleton begins to allow that sheep just to facilitate the same kind of reach up underneath. The young lady sheep right here in third for me, when that one's parked and planted, I think that one just gives you a very good kind of easy feeding type of a look. He's big chested. He's got a nice shape there to his back line. He's got a big hip there that's the right kind of wedge there to him. Unfortunately, I think start up at his head, and it tells a story on him. He's a little bit coarser in terms of the shape of his muzzle and his eye socket, and because of that sheep gets a little bit kind of plainer in terms of the way his skin, his hide just naturally lays onto his skeleton. I wish we could just bulk him up. I know right now in the early kind of her lighter weight class here, that sheep looks the part. I just wish he was a little bit smoother, a little bit bigger. The young lady sheep here in fourth, I do like that one just from a sheer presentation perspective alone. I like that one's turn to his rib. I like that one's drop from his chest to his flank line. And I think because of the extra flank wool there to him, helps that sheep balance. For me, that sheep is always lunging forward or lunging and pulling back because he's a little coarser about his blade, setting him out of his hip and his rear leg. I think the weather who narrows up there to his tailhead just needs to go a little bit better. I like the touch of this particular sheep that the young man brings us. I thought right now he's on the money in terms of the cover there over his forerib. He's still a fresh, shapely type of a sheep. His skeleton just gets a little bit more goofy in the way he works out of his hip and his rear leg. He shortens up in his step, tightens there in his hock joint. Young man's got a big body, big stout, opened up one there that gets a little bit thicker and plainer up front. We got another sheep there that looks like his counterpart. This one's a little bit trimmer there up over his cover. I like this ewe lamb in terms of her line. She just gets too narrow, too one-dimensional up underneath of her. Gets a little bit tick straighter on both sides as well. Good set of them all the way down the line. Let's give it up for those kids out of Class 2.
Emma Mullican, you dropped your ribbon coming out of the scale. I do have it here at the announcer's desk. Placing on class number 23, our black-faced crossbreds weighing 118 to 127. First in Kentucky Proud is 309-5385, Emma Mullican, Maysville. Lamb weighing 124. Second in Kentucky Proud, 301-4657, Autumn Maynard, Mayslick. That lamb weighing 118. Third place to 220-3802, Casey Voigt, Butler, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 126. Fourth place to Aniston Spears, Scottsville, Kentucky. Fifth place to Luke Renfro, Bowling Green. Sixth, Dylan Franklin, Waddy. Seventh, Carrie Wagner, Lexington. Eighth place to Grayson Zinner, Lawrenceburg. Ninth place, Christina Shea, Baghdad. 10, William Mertz Hill, Lexington. 11 to Brooklyn Clark, Lancaster. And 12 to Ella Short, Louisa, Kentucky. In the ring, we have class number 24. These lambs weigh 128 through 135. In the makeup area, we need class 25 blackface crosses weighing 136 to 139. Final call for lambs in class 25, blackface crossbreds weighing 136 to 139 to be in the makeup area.
Well, here in class 3, honestly, there's a decision that kind of pains me there that I have to make, but you got to sit back and say, is there just enough there of one? And you might have to love a sheep there that you don't necessarily 100% want to hang your hat on, but the young man sheep up front naturally needs to win this class. He does so the second he comes through the gate. He's opened up. He's got a great square touch there to him out of the backside of him. He's got a good wedge as well. I thought that sheep, the moment he took a couple steps, you said, okay, that's their class winner. Which one's going to follow next and going to go ahead and fit them kind of the bill we're chasing. The young man sheep right here in second. I tell you what, you've absolutely done your homework in terms of getting one dialed in, ready to go, and absolutely as maxed out as one can be because that guy's got a big old back shape there with a ditch that's cratered out in him. He's got a big old thick caboose as well. Unfortunately for me, and that sheep is probably on the small side of moderate for this particular guy. He ain't just as perfect in terms of his skeleton when we start to ask him to go. But hey, here's so much in terms of that guy. We could probably come in and just nickname him Hercules with how much just American muscle he's got working with him. The young lady sheep right here in third. In terms of this one's looseness, flexibility, and build quality, that one hits me 100% right there where it hurts. This one is beautiful and butterscotch and caramel-like in terms of his color. He's good in terms of his lines. He's got a good enough touch there on the top side of him. Unfortunately, though, in relation to the two big guys ahead of him. This one just runs out of gas. The moment you get up over his loin edge, that sheep gets plainer in terms of his shape and his texture. We got to just open that guy up and broaden him underneath. I sit back and go, although there's a ton of things I love about him, I have to draw the line somewhere. I sit back and tell you, he just ain't stout enough. The sheep right here in fourth, the young man does a darn good job just driving him. He gets this one propped up and going. That thing's good in terms of its rib. I like that sheep in terms of his shape there up high. Unfortunately, that one's probably a muscle tie in his back away from probably working his way up into third. He's too tight about his spine, and because of that, it only further emphasizes the heel of his loin. And when that sheep's in motion, we ask him to go. His rear leg needs to be more secure and stable when we send that one away from us. The young lady's got a sheep here in fifth that I like in terms of his size, his stature. I thought from a height to length ratio, everything began to fit him versus the sheep here in sixth. Although this one's a little bit higher flanked and higher bellied, we got to see this guy just a little bit better in terms of his rear leg usage when we send him away. I thought he was a little bit fuller in terms of his leg and punchier there out of his upper pin than this one right here in six. Good group of them there on down the line. I thought these kind of trio of sheep right here just need to be a little wilder looking. We need to see those sheep with a little bit more spread. Good group of them. Very nice class winner on the top end.
Placing on class number 24, black-faced crossbreds weighing 128 to 135. First and first in Kentucky Proud to 60, 1829. Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, lamb weighing 130. Second place to 48, 48, 89. Caston Caldwell, Butler, lamb weighing 132. Third place, second in Kentucky Proud to 310, 5386. Emma Mulligan, Maysville, lamb weighing 129. Fourth place to Carson Dalton, Scottsville. Fifth place to Grayson Zinner, Lawrenceburg. Sixth place, Luke Renfro, Bowling Green. Seventh place, Henley Stevens, Pleasureville. Eighth place, Lily Terrell, Paris. Ninth place, Alicia Cecil, Burlington. 10th place, Neve Tremel, Lexington. 11th, Danica Street, Sonora. And 12th, to Lavender Hahn, Lancaster. In the ring, we have class 25, black-faced crosses weighing 136 to 139. In the makeup ring, we need class 26, black-faced crosses weighing 140 to 146 in the makeup ring. Final call for lambs in class 26. Final call for lambs in class 26. Blackface crosses weighing 140 to 146 to the makeup ring. Final call.
I don't necessarily think a class, and you got maybe a top 2 or 3 there that are just 100% jumping at you to say, hey, pick me. I thought between the pair of these sheep, in terms of what I thought was a wash, I thought they're both muscular. I thought they both had the right kind of grip and touch there to them when you climbed up on the back of them. This one's a little punchier, a little cheekier in terms of that one's glute shape. I thought this sheep handled his rear leg significantly better when we asked him to go. I thought he had a little bit more security there to it. I do recognize he probably just a little bit smoother there in terms of the way he's put together. But I thought in terms of his reach, watching him on that final lap around, his hind leg stayed with inside of himself. The young ladies, like I said, this thing is big shaped. He's creasy touching. He's big and wild in terms of his muscularity. That sheep for me, from the edge of his shoulder blade to the base of his heart, I thought that sheep began to kind of tuck in a little bit more and pinch at the bottom of his forerib. For me, going directly away from me, his hock got a little bit more play there to it. The young lady sheep here in third, I genuinely like that one. I thought in terms of how that one just kind of pets right in behind of her shoulder to the heart of her back, I thought that sheep was as good as anything. Unfortunately, she's a little tighter spine, and because of that, it makes her loin edge look that much kind of greener and skinnier. She gets a little bit more awkward in terms of maybe that one's just filled there to her base of her rib. If we just drop that ewe, allow that ewe to balance a little bit better, I think that sheep makes things that much easier in that kind of third, fourth discussion. I like this ewe right here in the way she pets behind her shoulder all the way back. She's square back. She's got plenty of just width and wedge there to her. And actually, she's one of the more surprising ones. You step in behind and you say, hey, there's still plenty of sheep in that regard. For me, she gets a little harsher in terms of her lower body balance. We got to drop her in her flank line. Her rear leg gets a little bit kind of tighter and turn a little shorter in terms of her step there up underneath of her. Young lady's got a kind of a soft, big-bodied, smooth mate type of a weather. This guy just hits me a little bit more kind of basic about his basic build, a little bit plainer and softer and smoother there about his touch as well. If we just go ahead and beef him up right there in terms of his butt, give him a little bit more kind of cheek shape as well, I think we could begin to slide that weather up an additional spot. I like the lines. I like the rough kind of rigid muscularity there to this guy. I thought him in terms of how he worked there out of his hip, his rear leg, the way his tail head came out of him was a little bit more of an interesting one. The young lady sheep right here is big body. He just needs to be a little bit better when we start to study him down in terms of his balance, pick him up in terms of his chest. Good group of them there as we begin to exit. Just beef this guy up over his loin edge, trim these two up here on this side of things, and give the guy there on the end a little bit more muscle. Good group of them there. Let's give it up for those kiddos here in the crossbred division.
Placing on class number 25, blackface crossbreds weighing 136 to 139. First place to 57.2948, Colin Combs, Taylorsville. Lamb weighing 138. Second place to 97.1813, Josie Phillips, Maysville. Lamb weighing 139. Third, first in Kentucky proud to 89.4653, Amelia Maynard, Mayslick. Lamb weighing 137. Fourth place to Ainsley Mason, Lancaster. Fifth place, Macy Hazelrig, Ewing. Sixth place, second in Kentucky proud, 168.5609, Kaylee Carson, Beattyville. Lamb weighing 137. Seventh place to Meredith Hampton, Elkton. Eighth place, Kinley French, Sharpsburg. Ninth place, Madison Johnson, Lexington. And 10th place, Kinley Foster, Lexington. In the ring, we now have class 26 blackface crossbreds. These animals weigh between 140 and 146. In the makeup area, we need class 27 black-faced crosses weighing 147 to 152. Again, we need lambs in class 27 black-faced crosses weighing 147 to 152 in the makeup area. Also, we want to remind you, if you're done showing and would like to market your lamb, we do have a truck located outside in the loading dock area. He is paying $2.40 a pound based on your declared weight. Final call for lambs in Class 27 to be in the makeup ring. Class 27, blackface crosses weighing 147 to 152. Final call to be in the makeup.
You honestly kind of had them relatively ready to go. They were on the last lap. I just wanted to make sure when I came to the microphone, I knew exactly how I was going to kind of talk each of these sheep in kind of that direction. I thought the young man sheep here on the top end, in terms of how that one's shoulder, neck set, where that kind of one ties together with that kind of spread muscularity up high, I thought was extremely good. He's sharp, he's edgy, he's creasy there to the max. I like that one there quite a bit. Looks the part. The young lady sheep here in second, honestly, I keep coming back to there quite a bit because I think when we get off to the side of this guy, his proportionality is superb. I love that guy in terms of the turn there to his rib cage. He's got a big old shape there to him from behind as well. He's got a nice skeleton and his shoulder blade fits up on him. My biggest thing on him is I start to break him down right there out of his hip, and when this sheep's in motion, I just didn't necessarily read how that sheep maintained his squareness there out of his upper hip. We got to lengthen him about his upper hip length, and when that sheep's going, I think it would allow him to, from the midsection of his back out, continue to maintain his unicism there in motion that much better. But man, that is a good booger there that you bring us today. I like that one quite a bit. The young man sheep right here in third, that guy in terms of his body shape, his touch there from the center portion of his back forward, I think is really, really good. That guy is opened up. He's meat and potatoes burly. Unfortunately, he gets a little bit coarser about his head, thicker in the shape of his neck. That guy in motion, I thought of those top three, he wanted to drop and plane out at the floor of his chest, study him out there over the heel of his loin and out to his upper hip. And that guy just didn't have the same kind of just initial grip there to him like the pair ahead of him. Young lady sheep here in fourth. I like this one on the standstill, young lady. I like that guy in terms of his lines. He's uphill. He's good in terms of the apex of his blade and where his hip runs up to the top of his shoulder. Unfortunately, this guy amongst his contemporaries on either side of him, he gets a bit more one-dimensional when you start to break him down about his chest, his rib, and out there to his pin. Young man's sheep right here has got a bit more muscle. He's got a little bit more horsepower and hustle there to his skeleton. Unfortunately, he starts to kind of pull it all together in a little bit more of a different package from a balance aspect. He gets a little heavier up front. We got to drop him in terms of his flank line. Allow that sheep to continue just to balance a little bit easier from a sheer weight distribution aspect. I like the lines of this guy here that comes out in six. I thought that sheep had the right kind of just silhouette there to him. He needs to pair it with more muscle. This guy had more muscle. Unfortunately, he gets a bit straighter about his shoulder, gets a little bit more kind of coward-like in terms of the use there to his rear leg. We got a sheep here that just needs to continue to power, continue to mass up for the young lady. Gets a little bit more kind of dainty-like in terms of his foot size, forearm, and feature down low. We need to skinny this one up, and same for this guy, and bring his rear leg back inside of him. A good group of them. They're on down the line with some looseness of skeleton, some extension. We just need to make sure this guy has more muscle as we go ahead and follow that out.
Placing on Class 26 are blackface crosses weighing 140 to 146. First in Kentucky Proud to 61-1830. Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 141. Second Kentucky Proud, 177-2304. Kula McIntosh, Winchester, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 143. Third place to Maddox Trammell, Aldofas, 144 pounds. Fourth place to Reagan Coffey, Harnard. Fifth place, Blake Daly, Paris. Sixth place, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana. 7, Lane Hack, Wilmore. Eighth place, Sela Jenkin, Sturgis. Ninth place, Hagen Smith, Winchester. 10, Kinley French, Sharpsburg. 11th place to Ellie Zabinko, Taylorsville. 12th place to Adame Williams, Elizabethtown. 13 to Meredith Hampton, Elkton. And 14 to Faith Wright, Falmouth. In the ring at this time, we have Class 27. Class 27's in the ring. Class 28 black-faced crossbreds weighing 153 to 160 should be in the makeup area. In the makeup area, we need Class 28 black-faced crosses weighing 153 to 160 in the makeup area. Final call for Class 28. Class 28 black-faced crosses weighing 153 to 160 to the makeup area. Final call.
I think a class, I think once you begin to kind of work through it and get a kip of them and kind of pulled and placed there, I think those sheep begin to kind of open up and just show themselves there that much easier. I thought the moment this one came in, the young lady was kind of dialed in and had this one ready to roll from the very get-go. I think it's great shaped. I like that one's touch there up high, beautiful in terms of its skin, and the young lady does just an absolute killer job on the head of that sheep, getting that one ready to rock and roll here today. The young lady sheep, I thought the moment I put my hands on him there on the far side, I said, it looks like he is about 10, 15 pounds bigger than the pair of them on either side of him. And she said, yeah. But hey, I thought that one in terms of his lines and for a big heavyweight type of a rascal, he's still good right there in terms of his touch there over his forehead. I like that guy in terms of his lines. I thought right now in relation to probably that of our class winner in terms of the base of his rib, where that guy works up front, was where he got a little bit more mature and plainer on us. The young man's got a nice sheep here, and boy, I want you to know it. And I like that one in terms of his body shape, rib cavity, and I thought that sheep had more than enough punch when we got in behind of him. Truthfully, I just wish you could show that sheep just a little bit better, and I know I'm going to be blunt when saying it, and it might not get me too many fans, but that's the real honesty there of the matter. If we could get that guy's head, neck back, get his rear feet squared up underneath of him, man, that sheep begins to really showcase himself. And in fact, just watch that one go in motion, and I think he's got a lot of parts and pieces. Just needs to be a little bit bigger there out of his tailhead. Young lady's got a big weather here that's certainly functional in terms of his body shape. He's got enough flexibility there out of his front end. For me, he runs out of gas there from behind. Although he's wide in terms of his construction, that sheep gets too plain and flat in terms of his leg shape, his rear leg, although we don't have enough pressure going on him, and that sheep's rear leg needs to be better. The young main sheep right here that's going to round out our top five, I thought in terms of touch, the way he opened up high, he hits you very nice. He just needs to pair with a little bit more flank, a little bit more belly. He gets a little bit too tall, and there's too much sunlight there up underneath of him. But we change those things. You drop him in terms of his belly, it's not even close. I want to like this sheep, and I mean that 100% here in 6, because standing still, I think we could build a case for him. They're into the top 5. He's big back, barrel caged, and unfortunately, when that one's in motion, he gets a little bit more awkward in the way he puts everything together, just from his skeleton, especially there out of his hip and his rear leg. We got a big butted sheep here that needs to be better in terms of his forerib. We got a sheep here that just needs to be trimmer. This sheep right here, I do like in terms of that one's just brace and muscularity. She gets a little bit kind of flatter in terms of her rib cavity. We got to skinny up a few of these and add more muscle to the ewe lamb on the far side, but a good group.
Results from class number 27 are black-faced crossbreds weighing 147 to 152. First in Kentucky Proud goes to 300, 4754, Abigail Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky. Lamb weighs 152. Second place is now 311, 5691, Carson Menier, Frenchburg. Lamb weighs 150. Third place is now 302, 3904, Adeline McCarty, Independence. Lamb weighs 150. Fourth, second in Kentucky, Proud, is 179, 6174, Micah McMurtry, Bowling Green. That lamb weighs 149. Fifth place, Blake Daly, Paris, Kentucky. Sixth place, Henley Stevens, Pleasureville. Seventh, Meredith Hampton, Elkton. Eighth place is Lily Terrell, Paris. 9, Jalen White, Litchfield. 10th place, Heartland Smith, Winchester. 11, Madison Johnson, Lexington. And 12th place, Brenlyn Jordan, Louisa. folks, we're taking a small break to alleviate and to rectify a animal identification issue and get that correct to make sure we have the right animal. So we're taking a short break to get that corrected and justified.
Now entering the ring is class 28 of your black face cross market lambs.
In the makeup ring, we need class number 29 blackface crosses weighing 162 to 180. Final call for lambs in class 29 blackface crossbreds weighing 162 to 180 to the makeup ring. Final call.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I think this is one of the classes, or one of the just the tougher classes there, top to bottom, in terms of how you want to navigate and kind of sift between kind of a bunch of them. And we got some nice sheep here in 6th, 7th, and 8th. I thought this guy, he looks the part coming in terms of the way his show weather needs to be. I thought his chest in relation to his flank line, his underline balance, his weight distribution was a little bit more awkward. I thought that sheep was a nice, kind of well put together sheep on the standstill. The moment we turn them loose and watch him go, his rear leg got a little bit kind of choppy. He kind of wanted to pull it in there when we watched him go directly away from us. Young man does a killer job on the head of this sheep. Nice bodied one. That one going directly away leaves me a bit more disappointing out of his upper pin bone, the plainness and flatness there to his lower leg as well. I think, honestly, amongst those kind of fourth through fifth. It gets a little bit kind of interesting there between them. Those two right there just hit me harder in terms of their build, in terms of their flexibility. Young Lady Sheep on the top side for me, I never once doubted starting this guy. I thought in terms of the way his handle quality was, his touch, his shape out of the backside of his shoulder blade, I thought was on the money. That guy is as good skinned, as good touching as one that we've seen here today. Young Lady does an absolute killer job on the front half of that particular guy. Young Lady Sheep here in second. Honestly, he's just got way more kind of buzzwords to kind of go off on in terms of his body shape, his width. He is so big and expansive there out of his upper hip bone. He is massive there from end to end. That Sheep for me gets a little bit kind of coarser about his top line, the way he works out of his hip, the way he pulls his hock in from behind as he goes. It just gets a little bit more kind of too many question marks for me. Like I said, I love our class winner. The two here in the middle, I could go kind of back and forth on and wouldn't argue with you if you told me you liked him a different way. Thought that guy just had way more kind of ESTs there too. And this guy's smoother about his lines. He's a little bit easier in terms of his feeding pattern. He's less of a knucklehead in terms of his attitude as well. Unfortunately, I think the first impression I get on this guy, he's a little bit plainer and daintier about his skin and his hide health. He doesn't have that same kind of just initial pop there too, or that allure and that you kind of are gravitated towards. I thought when that Sheep's in motion, he begins to open up out of his shoulder. His rear leg right there is on an edge and he gets real sharp there in terms of his hock joint. We could relax him in terms of his ankle. I like the body shape of this guy. He's flat backed and smooth in terms of his handle up high. Unfortunately, he's too flat in terms of his leg shape. As Sheep there that honestly probably begin to start to shuck a little bit of his feature there down low. Doesn't have the same kind of just stoutness there up underneath of him. Young Lady Sheep right here that ends up in fifth. I really like that guy, and honestly, I think he falls in a class where he looks a little bit more empty in terms of his fill. We need to see that guy just kind of balloon up in terms of his mid body in order to kind of make a case. But hey, that's a good skeleton, nice featured one there with the right kind of just basic build. He's going to be a big ring type of a sheep in a big heavyweight class here come later this year. Just right now, he looks a little bit more empty, needs a little bit more dimension. Like I said, I talked to a few of those there down the line all the way into eighth. I thought as we got closer there to the tail end of this deal, we just need to stouten them in terms of their handle. We got to open them up and just widen them up underneath. But a good group. Let's congratulate those kiddos. Real nice class winner on the top end.
Placing on class number 28, our black face crosses weighing 153 to 160. First place to 76 for 850, Izzy Godman, Brooksville, lamb weighing 153. Second place to 195, 5878, Annie Brockman, Independence, 160-pound lamb. Third, first in Kentucky Proud, 261-4154, Levi Argabright, Brandenburg, that lamb weighing 154. Fourth place, second in Kentucky Proud, to 99-2043, Roslyn Preston, Litchfield, that lamb weighing 156. Fifth, Kelsey Whaley, Georgetown. 6, Levi Wolf, DeMossville. 7, Kelsey Whaley, Georgetown. 8th place, George Heineman, Greenup. 9, Faith Wright, Falmouth. 10th place, Easton Shaw, Walton. 11th, Kinley French, Sharpsburg. 12, Adam A. Williams, Elizabethtown. 13, Sophia Cecil, Burlington. And 14, Kayla Royos, Lexington. in the makeup area at this time, we need first, second, and third place individuals from classes 22 through class 28 in the makeup area. Class 22 through class 28, first through third. Also, if you had a first or second that was Kentucky proud, you need to have those in the makeup as well. Final call for exhibitors with first, second, or third place animals from classes 22 through 28 to be in the makeup area. Also, if you had first or second in the Kentucky Proud in your classes in 22 through 28, please have those in the makeup area as well.
We start to pack on a little bit kind of additional pounds here on these big heavyweights, and I think that just allows for more just kind of disparity across the board in terms of maybe how their condition begins to sit on them in relation to the cover over their back and over their body wall, how those sheep begin to balance and where their chest, their floor, their sternum begin to kind of sit or poke out there as well with them. I thought in terms of keeping them fresh and looking like athletes, though, the young lady sheep here that wins this deal does so relatively handily. That's a good sheep. He's up and out. That sheep's got a great kind of draw there to his stop line. I like how it's just his hip length and his rear leg kind of posture and set there to him. I think a very nice one. The young man sheep right here in second, honestly, just the fact that he's just built so good in terms of his feet and basics there up underneath of him allows him to kind of set the stage for more than enough spread there up high. He ain't probably just as dialed in today as that of our class winner. But I thought if that guy had a little bit more belly and a his loin edge kind of pulled back up into him. I think that sheep there certainly begins to kind of stand out a little bit more than the rest. I really want to lock this sheep here in third and slide that one up. And honestly, kind of the speckled eared weather in relation probably to what's in his pedigree. He looks the part in terms of being a competitive show sheep. He's just way too soft and plain in terms of his texture and his handle quality. If we could just stouten that guy up and allow him to grip that much firmer and feel my hand that much easier, no doubt about it, we slide him into second and don't even think twice. I just like the extra just handle quality, the touch there of this particular sheep up high. She's muscular and she's got the fundamentals covered. We need to kind of fix her up in terms of her front end. She gets a little daintier out here. Young man's got a sheep here in fifth and on the standstill. You certainly have to appreciate. I thought that one, when he goes directly away from me, he wanted to kind of close up right there up over his loin edge. He wanted to funnel back there to the upper edge of his dock. If we could just kind of beef that guy up, broaden him right there, no doubt about it, we slide him one more spot higher and it's not a discussion. I like that sheep just from a fundamental aspect. I thought in terms of his rib shape, having more than enough width and spread there to him, liked him quite a bit. He just gets too plain in terms of the cover of his body wall, gets a little bit more ordinary in terms of his lower line balance. That thing's dead level up high, needs a little bit more butt. We got to trim this particular guy up a little bit more. This probably started out as a pretty nice sheep for the young man, and that one's got a ton of spread. That one's probably one of the chubbiest ones I put my hands on here today, unfortunately, but a good sheep there just from a width and power aspect. As we get down the line, we got to skinny up a few of these. We got to muscular up a couple of these right here to my left, but a good group. Let's put our hands together for those kiddos here out of the crosses. We'll get ready to pick a top three.
Placing on class number 29 are blackface crossbreds, weighing between 162 and 180. First place to 56.4098, Reagan Coffee, Harnard, Kentucky. Lamb weighing 168. Second place, first in Kentucky Proud to 175, 26.48, Blake McCowan, Danville. Lamb weighing 170. Third, second in Kentucky Proud to 304 to 302. Cullen McIntosh, Winchester. Lamb weighing 180. Fourth to Lacey Tackett, Falmouth, Kentucky. Fifth place, Briar Osborne, Greenup. Sixth place, Finley Paul, Lexington. Seventh place, Olivia Simpson, Crittenden. 8, Carrie Wagner, Lexington. 9th place, Cole Ricketts, Versailles. 10th place, Marshall Jones, Denton. 11th, Ronan Allen, Georgetown. 12, Brian Ricketts, Versailles. 13, Abigail Johnson, Lexington. Now showing for Blackface Cross, Champion, and Reserve. In the makeup area at this time, we need lambs in class number 30, our first class of white face crossbreds. Those lambs weighing 95 to 131. Class 30 to the makeup area, please.
We go ahead and get these crosses back out here, and you know, like you've heard me say a couple of times in these divisions, it's just been just an absolute blast here across the board. And when you get to sort through quality top to bottom, and you go 3, 4, even maybe 6 deep in certain classes, it makes things fun. It makes that much more enjoyable. And we get the chance to come to the microphone. I was glad the way we started things off in the earlier kind of portion of the crossbred lineup. We had a couple of lightweights that came in that certainly were a little bit more tricked out. I love that one's cage. I love that one's just kind of butterfly shape there of the blue sheep there that kicked things off in that particular deal. The young lady sheep there out of class 2, no doubt about it. He's one of my favorites out here. To build them like that in terms of their just locomotion underneath of them, that thing's got the right kind of just running gear there to him, and he to never run out of endurance. Unfortunately, I think in relation to a couple of these big kind of heavy hitters out in terms of just their fighting weight, this guy guy probably begins to just kind of run out of a little bit of horsepower right up over his back and out of his hip. But man, I think for a lightweight to come in and look like that, there's a lot of good in that particular guy. I'm not a fan. I'm not afraid to use a lightweight there if I have to, if they're the best one. I think that one's certainly in contention. I thought the sheep there out of Class 3, and that one just kind of came in and was head and shoulders above the rest. I thought in terms of his touch out of the backside of his shoulder, he opened up with a great kind of turn. He's smooth there about his kind of the heel of his loin and hook up when we didn't get that sheep over driving. I thought we get off to the side of him and we could start to kind of tweak him and nitpick him ever so slightly. I thought in terms of the base of his armpit, he gets a nickel flatter there at times. He ain't just makes maybe just the most loosey in terms of his front end when we asked that one to go. And I think because of his hip, where his hock joint sits on him too, that sheep is just not necessarily as just smooth or as efficient in terms of his step when we start to break him down. But hey, that's a good sheep there nonetheless. The sheep there, that's the young man in the white sky. I like that one quite a bit. That one looks like in that sheer athlete from the side. He's big, shaped up high. He's got a nice kind of bend there to his hip and his rear leg. I thought in terms of how his shoulder blade and his hookup front end kind of hookup was, that sheep has more than enough spread there to him. I thought he was significantly rounder in terms of his forerib than the sheep there 2 classes ahead of him. I thought right there up over his back, he begins to kind of get a little bit kind of tired over the heel of his loin. I thought in motion, though, that sheep begins to kind of pull apart a little bit more for me right there in terms of the center of his back and the reach there out of his hock. We got a big stout booger there that the young lady in the pink's got, and I like that one's just body shape. I like that one in terms of his foot size, his forearm up underneath of him. Gets a little bit kind of plainer in terms of his leg shape. That sheep, watch him go out of his rear leg. He's a little shorter and quicker there in terms of his step. I thought the young lady there in the kind of the class there ahead earlier, that was second. I will talk that one as well because that one's been stuck in the back of my mind. I like that sheep quite a bit in that particular class he was in earlier. I loved him in terms of his turn to his rib. I thought he opened up high. He had a big old bubbly shape there to him as well. He gets a little bit kind of washed out there over the heel of his loin, the shorter hip sheep. His rear leg just needed to go a little bit kind of smoother. I thought we opened up into kind of our true heavyweights in just kind of dominant fashion. This is probably one of my favorite ones I've handled and touched, just in terms of the way his skin, the way his muscle just comes back and just meets your hand there on the backside of his shoulder. He's so big and smooth up over his back line and just to a T when we start to break him down off on the standstill. I think to get critical on him, I think maybe we've got him kind of just so big and kind of so full and just chock full of so much muscle. It gets maybe a little bit tighter in terms of maybe the base of his shoulder, in terms of his reach coming and going. But I think there's a good set of sheep here nonetheless. I trust me, if you guys heard me go off on the mic in each of those respective classes on a couple of them, you guys know I like them. I like to do things in a little bit of a different fashion, and we still got 2 classes to come. But man, I put my heart and soul into just breaking these things down and describing them. And I hope what I just did there kind of opened up the door into a little bit of what's going on in the back of my mind with each of these. I thought it's really good top to bottom. Our set of lightweights or middleweights or heavies. You guys come in, look the part. I'll put the mic down. We'll get you a top 3 here in this cross spread drive. But if you don't mind, let's give it up for these kiddos one final time.
Champion Blackface Cross came out of class number 28, 76.4850, Izzy Godman, Brooksville, 153-pound lamb. Second, or reserve champion, first in Kentucky Proud, or champion Kentucky Proud, was 61.1830, Clark Coyle, Danville, 141-pound lamb from class 26. And from class 23, our third overall and reserve champion Kentucky Proud, 309.5385, Emma Mulliken, Maysville, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 124. Now ready for class number 30, class 30, our first class of white-faced crossbreds. We do want to remind folks that we do have a buyer for any of the lambs that you might want to sell. He's located out on the dock area. He's paying $2.40 based on your declared weight, $2.40 a pound. Also, we will be doing releases here at the show ring desk when the show has concluded today. We want to remind you that if you do not have an animal or animals in the grand drive tomorrow, that you must be out of the building and out of your pens and gone by 11:59 tonight. It is required that you leave at no later than 11:59 tonight. If you are leaving, please come and get a release at the conclusion of the show. Do not wait until you're ready to leave, as there may not be staff available to write those releases. And if you don't have a release, they will not let you out the gate at the Kentucky Venues facility. Final call for class 31, our white-faced crosses, weighing 137 to 159. Final call to be in the makeup.
Here as we get ready to kind of tail end the end of the show here with one more class to go on these white-faced crosses. Young man's got a really nice sheep, and honestly, again, kind of a good way to begin to wrap up this division because truth be told, if you're still listening, this is probably one of my favorite ones we've seen so far. I love this guy in terms of his skeleton. His hip sits up right there where it needs to be. He's got a great touch up high. Just comes in on a little bit of a smaller type of a frame and package. Young man's sheep here that's in second there to him. That sheep's a little bit softer in terms of his body. That sheep's got a little bit more drop there to his abdomen. He's smooth about his back line. This sheep, for me, in relation to her class winner, he got a little bit plainer at the base of his sternum to have the same kind of punch or outward turn there to that of her class winner. But good sheep there nonetheless. I like this shape. I like the kind of just a kind of up and out type of a look of this particular guy. He needs more body. He needs more rib there to him. But I thought propped up, that sheep was a little bit neater in terms of his top line balance, better in terms of his skin. This sheep's sheep's more moderate, and because of that, a little bit fuller and bolder about her rib line. The sheep right here for me gets a little bit coarser and deeper about the base of her blade. That sheep out of her hip and her rear leg gets a little bit plainer and a little bit more ordinary in terms of her step. We got kind of a big-bodied, opened-up one that the young man brings us, and he's brought in just to trail his sheep here the entire day. We need to freshen and firmen that guy up. We got a ewe lamb here that's still on the cute side. Unfortunately, her rear leg gets a little bit kind of more awkward and more permanent in terms of her set. We need to just continue to beef that one up. As we round out this particular set, we got to give more muscle to that particular guy. We'll get ready to go ahead and pick the last class here and get ready to pick a top 3 in the whites.
Results from Class 30, our first class of white-faced crossbreds. First place goes to 358, 3275 Maddox Trammell, Adolphus, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 111. Second place, first in Kentucky Proud to 351, 3068. Luke Renfro, Bowling Green, lamb weighing 126. Third, second in Kentucky to 355, 6106. Lily Terrell, Paris, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 125. Fourth place, Trent Zinner, Frankfurt. Fifth place, Bryce Schwartz, Flemingsburg. Sixth place, Ansley Terrell, Paris. And 7 to Elena Thomas, Cynthiana.
Here on the last class, here on the white-faced crosses, we got two kind of very different types and kinds of sheep here on the top end of this particular deal. The young lady's there on that's going to end up winning this class, no doubt about it. I think study that guy in terms of his front end or his top line and maintains his levelness there out of his hip on the go. As why that sheep does have the advantage. And I think because of that, because he's not as bunched up about his skeleton, allows that sheep just to kind of pair everything together with a neater look when we get off to the side of him. He gets gets a little bit kind of pinched right there up over his forehead. He doesn't have the same kind of just full, or I guess feel or fullness there up over his loin edge as out of the sheep here in second. In terms of touch, skin, hair, height, health, the young lady's got it dialed in here on the sheep in second. I like that sheep better in terms of his body shape, in terms of his turn there to his upper rib. Unfortunately for me, that sheep's probably pushing the envelope a little bit more in terms of cover right there in terms of his forerib. That sheep in motion gets a little bit plainer, gets a little bit more awkward there in terms of his spine and out of his hip. I like the parts and pieces of the sheep here that the young man has in third. That sheep is probably arguably the trimmest one of this particular top five. That sheep's got a nice look there to her. Unfortunately, we got to drop her in terms of her flank line, down that guy up right there in terms of his forearm in order to kind of make it another play. We got a very big topped, a big ended, kind of just thick and bubbly one that the young lady brings us. This guy from his skeleton just needs to be kind of more rearranged in terms of how he works out of his hip, how he hooks and pulls his rear leg up underneath of him. If we change that, no doubt about it, we can land on the big terminal stout power type of a sheep there a little bit further. Young lady's more predominantly kind of Dorset pedigreed one, is going to end up in fifth in this set. I like him in terms of his shape. He doesn't have the same kind of fullness there up over his back line. That sheep in motion, he deviates there out of his tailhead. He hooks and gets a little bit sharper in terms of his rear leg set. I like the kind of just the broodiness there of this particular ewe lamb. She's big back. She's rotund in terms of her rib. That one just gets a little straighter up front. I thought how that ewe worked out of her, outworked on her rear half of her skeleton just need to be worked. This one just needs a little bit more muscle. He has the right kind of just skeleton there to him to make a play. We just need to make these sheep handle a little bit firmer, a little bit fresher on the back half. Good group of them. We'll pick a champion reserve in third.
Placing on Class 31, our second and final class of white-faced crossbreds, first in Kentucky Proud to 350-5209, Addison Moore, Guston, Kentucky, Lamb Wing 159. Second place to 346-4753, Abigail Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky. That Lamb Wing 137. Third to 344-4276, Lane Hack, Wilmore, Kentucky. That Lamb Wing 139. Second in Kentucky Proud to 343-2796, Macy Beecraft, Morning View, Kentucky. That Lamb Wing 149. 5, Elizabeth Frame, Caneyville. 6, Hagen Smith, Winchester. 7th place, Carrie Wagner, Lexington. 8th place, Neva Tremel, Lexington. And 9th place to Abigail Johnson, Lexington.
Well, here as we go ahead and conclude and wrap up our final division of today, has been tremendous across the board, and I'm excited at what I get to pick here on the white-faced crosses, and I'm going to probably say a few things here on them here in a second, but man, it's been good across these two classes. I think our reserve and our third get a little bit close. I think our champion is a kind of a cool little dude. I think if I had him, I'd take him back, fill him up, give him all he can eat, because I'm anxious to see this guy here later today. Young man's got our champion here in the white-faced crosses. Young lady will be reserved. That goes wins the last class. We'll follow up and use a second there to be third out.
Champion white-faced cross goes to our class winner of Class 30, 358-3275, Maddox Tremel, Adolphus, Kentucky, Lamb Wing 111. Reserve champion goes to our class winner of the Class 31, and that's also our Kentucky Proud champion, 350-5209, Addison Moore, Guston, Kentucky, Lamb Wing 159. Third overall goes to our second place animal from the heavyweight class, 31, 346, 4753. Abigail Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 137. Now showing for Kentucky Proud Reserve Champion.
Well, for kind of a reserve champion on the Kentucky Proud side of things, good pair of them. I thought there was one there that's just significantly more three-dimensional in terms of their shape, bigger and punchier when you got him behind of them. Wish we could rearrange his rear leg, but like we said there in class, young lady right here will be reserve out.
Reserve champion Kentucky Proud goes to 343 out of class 31, 343, 2796. Macy Beecraft, Morning View, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 149. We do have an award that we need to present. It's the Harold Barber Award. Harold Barber was an English sheepman who came to the United States. He worked for a number of prominent flocks and then became the shepherd at the University of Kentucky in 1922 at the age of 29. And he served that institution until his death in 1960. During his tenure at the University of Kentucky, he won more weather championships at the International Livestock Expo in Chicago, Illinois, than any other person. From 1922 through 1956 at Chicago, Mr. Barber won 117 firsts, 83 seconds, 49 championships, 30 reserve championships, 15 grand championships, and 9 reserve grand championships. This year's Harold Barber winner is the Geyer family. If they'll come up and receive their traveling trophy and permanent award. We need Kentucky Proud breed champions and reserve champions to come to the makeup ring. In each one of our breed shows from the Market Lambs, Kentucky Proud champions and reserve champions to come to the ring for a silent selection for Kentucky Proud. Again, we want to remind you, you will need a release to leave the fairgrounds with your animals. You must be out of the building by 11:59 tonight, no later. Staff will be up here writing releases once we're done with this Kentucky Proud Silent class. If you do not have an animal in the championship drive tomorrow, then you must leave the facility with your animals intact by 11:59 tonight. However, do not wait until you're ready to pull out to come and get a release form. Releases will be written by the 4-H staff following the conclusion of this Kentucky Proud class.
Well, as we go ahead and we just made our selections there for the top 3 in the Kentucky Proud. Kudos to you guys, you showmen here that buy locally and support here in your own state. That means a tremendous deal. And for people there that breed livestock and that are willing to support you, help you get to the ring, get to and from shows here throughout the summer, man, that means the world to them as well. That you're willing to dive in and put the hours and miles on a vehicle here within your home state. So that's something to be 100% proud of and appreciative of, because you guys got these incredible people ringside that are willing to back you all the way through. So I think this is kind of a very neat thing that you guys do here in the state of Kentucky. I'm really anxious to kind of put together that top 5 here tomorrow night. But if you don't mind, let's put our hands together for the crew here that put the show on, put our hands together for each of these kids. It's been an absolute blast here this afternoon. But we got our top 3 locked and loaded. We're ready to go. You guys will find out here tomorrow night. But awesome job to each of you young kids.